everyone. We will call the workshop for Saturday, February 7th to order. And we are going to start out with a team building icebreaker activity with Jesse Byrne.
Yeah, why don't we start with Kate? I know Katie's sick today, but she's here, but let's go do roll just so we
Oh,
for the
right.
record.
Yes. Roll call, Katie. Thank you.
Rick Hoffman. Councilmember Andrews.
Here.
Councilmember Bergen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Horton.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
I'm here.
Councilmember Medina.
Here.
Councilmember Wiles.
Here.
All right. Thank you, Katie. So yes, now we'll introduce Jesse to do a short icebreaker activity.
I'm actually going to stand over here so that I don't have my back towards Councilmember Bergen and Councilmember Lawson. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Glad you could be here. Again, my name is Jesse Byrne. I'm the Division Manager for Community Engagement, and I'm here this morning to engage with all of you in an icebreaker. The icebreaker for today is about leadership, which is very fitting given who we have here in the room with us today. But before we get into the instructions on that icebreaker, I want to start off by asking all of the council members who are here at the table and those joining us virtually, I want to ask you a leadership question, and any of you can respond with your thoughts to this question. And that question is leadership only for those who are in positions of leadership? Or can anyone be a leader, regardless of the position that they hold? What are some thoughts to that question?
I think anybody can be a leader. It's all about attitude.
I'm hearing anybody can be a leader. Did you say it's all about attitude?
It's all about attitude and respect and trust.
I'm hearing everybody should try to be in a leader. Any other thoughts?
Everyone has good ideas.
Everyone has good ideas.
Some people should not be leaders.
Some people should not be leaders. Show of hands, how many maybe of us have seen leaders that are not so great sometimes from time to time? It happens, right? Any other thoughts to that question?
I think it's also up to people who are in leadership positions to foster leadership among other people who are not.
So that is a perfect segue into our icebreaker. In case you couldn't hear Mayor Pro Tem Coombs, she said that it can help support other leaders in becoming leaders as well. And that actually is at the heart of our icebreaker. So with that, I'm going to provide the following instructions on our leadership icebreaker, and they are as follows. In a minute, I'm going to give you all some time to be able to quietly reflect on a leader that you have known in your lifetime who inspired you. This could be a leader that you knew when you were young. It could be a leader that you know now. It could be a leader that you've met throughout your career. And if your response to the question that I asked just a moment ago was that anyone can be a leader regardless of the position that they hold, this could be someone that you knew in your family, or your friends, or your community. I'm going to give you all 1 minute to quietly, in your seats, think about who that leader has been for you. And once you have thought of who that leader is, those of you that are here in the room have index cards in front of you. And for those of you joining us online, hopefully you have something that you can write on. I see Councilmember Lawson does, thank you. And I want you to write their name down on the note card in front of you. But you're not quite done. I want you to identify 1 to 3 qualities about that leader that you admire. And once you've done that, I want you to write those qualities underneath their name. Now, I want to give you all here at the table and joining virtually a heads up that you will be sharing these leaders out with each other. You will have a minute to think of this leader, write them down, and put 1 to 3 qualities that you admire, and then we'll pull everybody back, and we will go clockwise or counterclockwise throughout the room and have each of you share out who your leader is and what those qualities are. Do you have any questions?
This is somebody we personally worked with.
It can be somebody that you've worked with. It could also be somebody that you know from your personal life. Any other questions? Okay, you have 1 minute. Ready, set, go.
You're putting me down?
Yeah, of course, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Maybe the ultimate kiss ass is
I think it's appropriate.
Yes, sir. About 15 seconds left. All right, thank you. Let's pull everybody back together. We're now going to rotate through the room, either clockwise or counterclockwise. And I want you to share out who the leader is that you thought of, who inspired you. I want you to share the 1 to 3 qualities that you admire about them, and just how you knew them, how they inspired you overall. We can either go to my right or my left, whoever
Left.
wants to start.
Left.
We'll go to my left, it sounds like.
Okay, I guess I'll be the first one. No longer with us, but my father.
Oh, yeah.
Very honest, very practical, very smart. Maybe the man that I am today, whether that's good or bad, but yeah.
Well, mine's my mom. It's yours. She faces the storm and endures. She learns, she grows. She leads with love, and she's authentic to herself.
Mine is my mom as well. She passed away of cancer when I was 17, but during that time she showed strength, accountability, and resilience. That's why I admire her.
I have a lot, but my favorite one is, her name is Corey, and she's a Special Olympics athlete. And I volunteer with them, and whenever she is on the field, she's the one that motivates others. She shows kindness, she celebrates others, and the most impactful thing I saw her do was at a flag football game. A kid had messed up, he didn't catch the ball, he was really down on himself, and she walked over and put her arm around his head and lifted his chin up and said, "The next time you're gonna get it." And people need those kind of leaders.
That's a great example. I'm curious, show of hands, how many of you thought of an example when you were thinking of your leader, of why they inspired you? Any of you? A few of you? Several of you? Wonderful. Before we go on this side of the table, let's make sure we're inclusive online. Can we maybe then go to Councilmember Bergen and then Councilmember Lawson?
Yes, hello. I first thought of somebody that I worked with, but then I changed to my mom, who lived under Nazi occupation in France as a young child and endured a lot. So the qualities I would say courage, faith, her faith in God, and resilience.
Thank you. Hearing a lot of the resilience examples, there's a theme there within multiple people here in the room. Councilmember Lawson?
So I always think my parents are first, but I have to go to my 3rd grade teacher, Ms. Piper. She believed in me before I believed in myself, which taught me confidence and inner strength. Her trust in my abilities pushed me to stand taller and speak up. And when I struggled, she didn't give up on me. She reminded me that setbacks don't define me. So Ms. Piper is my 3rd grade teacher, and she got me into doing student government as well in 3rd grade elementary school.
Very good.
Show of hands for everybody in the room. How many of you had at least one teacher when you were young that you think of? You're like, wow, that was the teacher. They were the ones, right? Like they planted the seeds. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Gardner.
So mine was my dad. Both my parents were small business owners, but him specifically, I remember when I was probably 5 or 6 years old. So he had had a beard his whole life, and he started his own business and wasn't making a lot of money. And so he got a job delivering pizzas with Domino's. Well, their rule was you weren't allowed to have facial hair. So he shaved his, but it just like instilled in me, you got to do what it takes to be successful. And so he would spend his nights and weekends delivering pizza until his business became successful. So hard work, practical, honest.
Thank you.
I originally put my family and then I narrowed it down to my parents. I think, you know, they met in high school, like in the late 60s. My mom presented as white, as a Russian immigrant. My dad was black. And so just their love and like choosing each other, and then to have like 5 kids in a time that was like so tumultuous, really made them good leaders. So they had a lot of grit, understanding, and they really did value justice and doing the right things. And they had their flaws, but they never let their flaws hold them back, and they were honest about them, but they kept going forward.
So I had a whole list of mostly women, and it was very hard to choose. I wrote down 2, but I'm gonna, the one that I'll share is my boss that I worked with for probably the longest period of time that I was in a job, and her name is Charlene. She was the agency owner of a residential agency that I worked for. And what I really appreciated about her is that she would see people's strengths and find opportunities for people to grow based on those strengths. Pay attention to what the people working under her needed and make sure that they got what they needed. And also never treated any part of the work as not her job or as if it was beneath her. If there was a client that someone needed to go to their house and take care of them because their caregiver was sick or there was an emergency, she was there doing it, even though she owned the agency and her job was really the administration.
Sometimes really great leaders see the strengths in others before those people even know that about themselves. Thank you.
All right, mine is my mother as well, who passed away about a year ago today. So part of my journey and my story is very much similar what's happening today with immigrants. I'm a 3rd generation immigrant. My mother only spoke Spanish at the time. She told me a story about when she first went into school. She was 5 years old, and the teacher in Utah, obviously being a Catholic in Utah, and an immigrant, teacher kind of selected her out of everybody and told everybody in front of the class that, see how stupid she is? She can't understand what I'm saying. And my mother remembered that, all her life, all the different kinds of discriminations she went through. And she became a bilingual teacher to help others transition in there and not be embarrassed, much like that. And so she brought integrity, which that's my soul, my heart, compassion for others, and listening to others.
It also sounds like she used that adversity to motivate her.
So mine, I've been fortunate to expose to a lot of great leaders my life and career, but I chose my father just given kind of the foundational nature of that. Dad raised 4 boys, and my mom, he was started off as a lineman with the power company in DC, worked his way up to being a foreman of underground generators and streetlights. And then just I think set a great example for all of us. He was dependable, trustworthy, hardworking, and stoic. Don't tell him he's stoic. It was kind of fun. Dad passed away and was just going through cancer treatment and just really riddled with pain. And I remember my oldest brother telling the doc, they'd come in and, what's your pain level? 4. Didn't matter, just it was a 4. And the doctor would be like, talk to my brother, and my brother's like, in front of my dad, was like, my father's very stoic. And the doctor said, okay. And then later my dad looked at me and said, what's stoic? And so, yeah, just Dad was a great example for all this.
Well, I was thinking about professional relationships when you mentioned that. So, obviously, my parents, my father was a great career soldier, a great combat leader. My mother was an immigrant to the country. Both had passed away. My father later became both of them worked in small business in Aurora after my father retired from the Army. So, but I thought about what it was like, first assignment as an officer in the Marine Corps. I was enlisted as an Army officer, Marine Corps, and so I was assigned 1st Battalion, 8th Marines, and so you just live or die based on who your company commander is as a rifle platoon commander. Some of them just, Marine Corps is a tough organization, some of it's just terrible. But this guy was, really cared about his Marines. Captain Retired Corps really cared about his Marines. Really was a very competent leader, and just, let's see what I put here. He projected confidence, strong leader, cared about his Marines.
Thank you all for sharing the leaders who have inspired you in your own life. It's easy to understand why they are inspiring. I also just want to say that while all of your leaders are very different and unique, there is very much a theme of resilience that I'm hearing across many of the leaders that were described today. So as we wind down this icebreaker, I just want to share a closing thought, which many of you might already be aware of. But that is that these leaders who we've had the chance of knowing throughout our lifetime, they're so significant in so many ways in terms of how they've helped us learn, grow, and develop into becoming the leaders that we are today. In fact, for that reason, we can say that their leadership enriches ours. And in many ways, as we go throughout our life and our own leadership journey, we bring pieces of those leaders with us every single day. In some way, you can even think about each of those leaders that you all described as here in this room today through all of you. And one might even wonder aloud, if all of those leaders that you described were sitting at this table today, across from one another, how would they advocate for their own views and reach towards mutual goals? Thank you for participating in this icebreaker. I believe we're going to be moving on to the next section of the agenda.
Rules Committee discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I think everyone is aware that we do have a Rules Committee that some folks signed up for. Currently on the Rules Committee are myself, Councilmember Medina, Councilmember Jackson, and the Mayor. If we could get one or more other folks that are interested in joining the Rules Committee, that'd be great. We are planning to look through the entire set of rules, but starting with the conduct of meetings, decorum, and how we conduct ourselves component, because the public, Councilmember Medina has made it really clear that it's also important that we find ways to address when the public is also stepping outside of the bounds that promote productive meetings and give people the opportunity to speak. So those are the first issues that we're going to take up, but we will also be reviewing the full set of rules. So if folks are interested and have the capacity, we'd love to have at least one more person join the Rules Committee and, ideally get a range of different perspectives, not have it be folks that tend to agree. We'd like to make sure we understand everybody's views. Councilmember Bergen?
Yes, thank you. So we're not doing rules today, correct? We're just talking about who would want to be on rules?
Correct, and then Jesse is going to lead a brief discussion about just some general principles that we can bring to these later discussions.
Okay, because to me, I was surprised to see it on the agenda because it's supposed to be a rules committee that then comes to full council at a study session, to just feel like we're going to be repeating ourselves several times on this. So is it going to also then be going to study session, and then as usual, then the council votes on it?
Exactly. We'll still follow the standard procedure for how we conduct a rules committee. I was just hoping we could still get one more person to join, but also, again, have just a brief discussion that Jesse will lead to help us have some good general principles that can help us move forward with those discussions.
I mean, some of us have been here a very long time, 10 years, some of us, I think, 6 years and so forth, that already know what rules are. And so I personally wish it was not on the agenda.
Well, May.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. Again, I just wanted to make sure we had the opportunity for the recruitment as well as, again, some general discussion, but I will also let City Attorney Schulte comment as well.
Yeah, and I think this was I think when Mayor Pro Tem and I talked about this, one of the things was to set up the parameters of what it's going to look like moving forward, Councilmember Bergen. And so I'm going to be the lawyer assigned to the committee because I think it's important, obviously, since in my role as a parliamentarian. So the thought process is during the committee time, we'll be debating the rules, right, about what the final draft will look like that will then go to study session. We're not going to be doing the rules committee in study session. We're going to be having separate periods of time, notice meetings. So I know Councilmember Lawson, Councilmember Bergen, I'm looking at you through the screen, but it'd be nice to have an odd number on that committee. So I know you guys are busy, but if you have time, I know you're very busy, but...
See, I do not, I am on so many outside boards that I cannot.
Fair enough. Yes, ma'am, I know. So, but that's the thought. But the thought process is to have a robust discussion in several committee meetings, maybe in council chambers, so the public can come and do things, and then bring that to study session to talk about it, and then get a final package that you guys can vote on in a regular meeting via resolution.
Further comments on it, and then we'll go to the presentation. Oh, I'm sorry.
If today, again, I think this is something that Mayor Pro Tem and I talked about, if there's anything today, again, not getting into the details of what the rules are, but if there's something in the rules that hasn't been working for you or you'd like to see addressed, I think today's a good time to kind of tee it up. Again, we don't need to decide exactly what that rule change is, but just, hey, can we look at this part of the rules or that part of the rules, just so, again, that when it comes to study session, there's, those items have been addressed. That's the other thing we talked about in putting this on the agenda was, obviously, there's a smaller subset of council that's going to be doing that work, as Pete indicated, but you all as a group right now could, again, provide some guidance to that working group about things you'd like to see addressed within the rules.
And also the thought process was that you guys have been providing ideas to me, and I've been making a list. So to try to bring back to the committee that you guys, hey, we thought about this, we thought about that, to try to get an agenda built as we move forward through the committee meetings.
Well, and I think that's a great point, Pete. So what is any member of the council can submit to you? Okay, so.
Yeah, I would encourage any member to email me, just say, hey, Rules Committee agenda item, and I'll keep a list, and we'll try to, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't know how long you want these committee meetings to go, but I was thinking an hour, right? And then we'll try to build the agendas that way, but I've already got quite a big list that you guys have mentioned to me, so.
Probably an hour and a half, since that's the standard committee length, just to use our time as well as we can.
Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Lawson.
Yeah, just procedurally, so if we have, I just want to be clear, so because I'm looking at the rules as well. Do we present, I know we give the information to Pete, but do we just say, okay, we want to maybe look at this rule and then provide the rationale from our perspective of the rule? Or, is that something that we can put on the information that we provide you, or you just want, okay, for example, I want to change something, or I want something to be looked at without rationale behind it?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
It would be helpful to have, the rationale, kind of the why, in case you can't attend to explain where you're coming from, then at least we can try to address the concern and also know what the concern is. That'd be great. Thank you.
Oh, Councilmember Bergen.
Yeah, my question is on the workshops. Is that in the rules versus the charter? That we have 3 per year?
it's, Councilmember, it's in the rules, and so.
So it can be changed in the rules, that's all I needed.
Yes, ma'am, and it's the same thing in the rules as well, is that the mayor pro tem, does the agenda for each workshop. But yes, those are items that can be addressed, and I encourage. The rules have, just from a legal perspective, have kind of been thrown together over the years, and I'm going to try to mainstream those as we do this, so we can try to make it more continuity in them, because I think things are listed in weird places. So I'm going to use this opportunity as a lawyer to go through and make sure they look cleaner. But yeah, all these little details would be important to know while we do it, because we haven't had a rules committee in a couple of years, right?
Yeah, we did not have it.
Very well. Okay, are we, Mayor Pro Tem, we're ready?
I think we're good, unless
Okay.
anybody has additional comments. All right, so yeah, passing it along to Jesse.
Thank you. So if there is no other input on the rules, there is a subset topic within the rules that has come to the attention of a number of council members that they have requested to discuss, and that topic is norms. Now, norms can be a part of rules, but they also are just guiding principles, and in fact, I've got a good definition that we might be able to use in discussing norms this morning, and that definition is as follows. Group norms are shared commitments that first enable hard conversations while keeping emotional reactions within a productive space, promote fairness, accessibility, inclusivity, and mutual respect, and strengthen public trust and accountability over time. These norms are both aspirational and procedural. They establish expectations for conduct grounded in values and supported by enforceable accountability mechanisms when norms are violated. Another area that we would do well to keep in mind is the relationship between norms and the existing city charter. Norms that are decided upon by the council are intended to reinforce and clarify standards already embedded in the Aurora Council Rules of Order and Procedure, which outline meeting conduct and professional behavior expectations. We're going to have a facilitated conversation around what the council's preferences are around norms. We don't necessarily need to get very granular today with respect to required norms within a rules committee, but we do want to have just some input collectively from the broader council on what are some general norms, broader views on norms that all of you have and feel would be helpful to have as a focus for a future conversation where you can dive in deeper. Before we get started in this conversation, there's just a couple ground rules that I want to share with all of you that will help us be productive. And the first one is a facilitator we use often, and it's called share the mic, quite literally. We want to ensure that everybody is heard. We want to ensure that everybody has their chance to speak. We don't want to monopolize the time for any one particular individual. And the second thing is that within this conversation of norms, we're not necessarily interested in going back in time, even as recently as yesterday, or the week before, the month before, or the year before. This conversation is going to be a visioning discussion around what does the council feel would be helpful in their norms and how they interact, you all interact with one another from this day forward. What do those norms look like for the rest of this year? What are some broader areas of norms that you feel the Rules Committee should maybe be looking at or the broader council should be looking at? And we're going to start off with just about norms as they pertain to the interactions between council members. So we can start very general, and we can also go across different ideas of those norms. I will be trying to take notes. I believe Mayor Pro Tem will also be doing so. So with that, I would like to open it up to anyone who has any thoughts as to what type of norms they would like to share. And again, let's keep in mind we're not doing any finger pointing or calling anyone out. This is a visioning exercise of what kind of norms does the group want going forward. The first hand that I see up is Councilmember Lawson.
Jesse, I'm not asking about this activity, but I thought this was discussing rules. I guess I just don't understand what are we discussing? I thought this was a rules discussion. And if norms is part of the rules that people want to change in terms of whatever attitudes or whatever, I think they should be asserted towards the rules. This seems like this is totally off base on what the agenda is. I don't have any comments on that right now. I just wanted to bring that up.
So I understand that we're going to get into debates on the floor and they're going to get heated, but sometimes maybe this is, I know we're supposed to not talk about the past, but there would be situations where somebody would be upset with something somebody said, and then they would just interrupt them without being recognized. And then two people would just be going back and forth, and I would just lose control of the meeting. And so I think that people need to be very conscious of letting when somebody has the floor, let them have the floor and finish. I can do a better job, certainly, of listening, because I remember Councilmember Chris Murillo, ex-council member, she would have long pauses sometimes, but she wasn't done. And so I would come in go to the next person, and I think it's important. So I'll listen better if somebody has long pauses. But I do think that it's important to be recognized by the chair, by the mayor, but it's important not to interrupt people and lose control of the meeting. And I think that it looks bad, but it's bad procedurally because we're really not listening to each other when two people are just going at it, without letting the other person finish the sentence.
Thank you, Mayor. So framing that as a norm and a future goal or a future recommendation is what I'm hearing is that a potential norm could be the ability for council members to wait until the other council member finishes. I also hear in what he's describing active listening. Are we actually hearing each other? And that maybe that has been an issue in the past and could be an area of consideration for the council going forward. I'm seeing some head nods that maybe that would be useful.
Oh, and just, okay.
No, go ahead.
Councilmember Horton.
Thanks, Mayor. Another norm to consider is genuine curiosity, asking questions, understanding why someone has the position that they have, and willing to sit in any of that discomfort or in that ability to take a step back and have a deeper understanding.
Councilmember Vargan.
So are we also going to talk about parliamentary procedure here? Because you're talking about on the dais when we're communicating to each other. So are we going to talk about how we handle disruptions in the council meetings as well? Because I don't know where this whole rules thing is going.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So, as Jesse noted, the focus is on what we do as a council today, and that's because the Rules Committee is going to take time to kind of discuss through and process those rules, but we would benefit from being able to understand how we interact with each other well and set that example for the public. And that's the purpose of having this discussion today, Councilmember Lawson's question versus waiting for the full Rules Committee is can we get some broad conceptual understandings around how we engage and how we show up, both on the dais and in general when we're working together. And the mayor did note a parliamentary procedure item that I took note of, which is also just remember to be recognized by the chair.
Yeah, and one additional point, please don't engage with people in public invited to be heard. Listen to what they have to say, but I'll recognize you after public invited to be heard. If you have comments on something that somebody said, but I think, but maybe that's a consideration that we look into as a rule. But I think that was my understanding is that I would recognize council members after public invited here if they wanted to comment on one of the things, something that was said. It could be something that was said about them, but that they would comment after public environment.
And is the chairs, so the way that works is you all would do a point of personal privilege, and then if you're acknowledged by the mayor, and the mayor goes, go ahead, then you're allowed to do it. So still, again, the procedure is wait for the mayor or the chair to acknowledge you, to allow you to have that personal privilege time. But that would be the way to do it in the meeting. And that's same thing with when you call, point of order and sort of those things, right? Make the point and then wait for the chair to recognize you. And that way it keeps a more orderly part of the meeting. The other thing that I just, for purposes of the Rules Committee, some things that we have talked about, the only consequence, right, that we currently have in the council rules is censure. And there's a lot of city councils across the nation that have a lot more than that, right? I think censure can be, again, I'm not going to get into a political conversation here, but can also be used as a political win for certain groups, right? If they get censored then because of what they did or whatnot. But there are things that I would encourage all of you to think about that you guys as a group, and it would be a high burden. It's not like this can be used, like my advice to you all would be don't make it a majority. I mean, it would have to be like a 3/4 or whatever majority if you were going to limit budget, if you're going to limit travel, if you're going to limit certain things, committee assignments, right? I mean, things to talk about where you can hold all of you accountable, that they can be evenly applied across the board regardless of political affiliation. I think that's something that Mayor Pro Tem and I have talked about, but it would not be used loosely, and the default would be something other than a major issue, right? If you guys can't agree on what the consequence should be, then it should default to a public admonishment or something to that effect. But that's kind of the other part that we're missing in our rules now, is what are the consequences that the body, you guys can do, as a body can kind of govern your activity.
Further comments?
I'll say too, the willingness to be adaptable. Our world is quickly changing, and so just because that jug has always been water doesn't mean that if tomorrow that jug is iced tea, it's wrong. So we have to be willing to listen to other ideas and be brave enough to accept change versus staying in the same box.
Very good. Further comments?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, there's just a couple of other items that folks have mentioned to me that I want to note as important, which are making sure people have enough information ahead of time before a discussion happens. That's one that's come up a number of times. So I want to commit to that myself, and I think that it's helpful in general as a rule or as a norm, is making sure people have as much information as they need. And then a separate kind of idea of things we could discuss that don't necessarily have to go through the full rule change is, what does the decorum statement that's read at the beginning of the meeting look like? Is the current one that we have very accessible to the public, or is it more focused on the legal aspect? And is there a way that we can present it that would get more community buy-in? For example, right now, the mayor has been reading the same statement for a very long time. Would it be beneficial to A, rewrite that statement to be more accessible, and B, have folks take turns reading it so that it's more a shared, we're all owning that decorum statement that we're asking the public to follow rather than just the mayor's statement?
No, and I think that one of the issues, particularly with the city manager, the city attorney, would be a discussion of decorum for the public attending the meetings, and I think for council members to understand what the limitations are that I have as a mayor, but to have a discussion of what our capabilities and limitations are in terms of when we have disruptions in the public. I remember in I can't remember what year or what, but I remember a woman just standing up in the middle and just taking over the meeting. And she wasn't at the podium. She was just part of the audience and going for quite some time. And so, what do you do in that situation? So I think that's a good discussion. But I think it's good for a refresher for myself and for council members to understand what our First Amendment rights and where are the boundaries to those rights when it comes to the conduct of the meetings.
Mayor?
Councilmember Jackson.
I just wanted to add that I think it's good to have group norms. I think that in city council, we're constantly under a lot of high stress, and we deal with a lot of sometimes even traumatic topics, and so emotional dysregulation can happen, and so group norms just help folks check back in. I use them in my professional life in capacities as a professor at a university. When I'm trying to set tones with a lot of different perspectives coming together and having group debates over hot topics, I think they're effective. I agree with a lot that has been shared today. Yeah, so I just wanted to add that.
Is there further comments, Mayor Pro Tem? Do you want to give? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Bergen. Oh, I got to watch your hand there.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about not speaking over each other, but I've had my hand up for a long time.
Okay.
I do not want to read the decorum statement because I get booed by the audience, by certain people. So.
Can I ask a follow-up
Yes,
question?
please.
I want to ask a follow-up question to the comments from Council Member Horton around council members developing a norm for themselves where they listen with curiosity. The way that I understood that statement to be is instead of attacking or being divisive, genuinely listening to each other and trying to be curious about that other council member's view. My question to anybody from council is this: what do you feel it would take to be genuinely curious in one another's thoughts, even if you may disagree with them?
Well, I think certainly by understanding somebody's position, want to give it an issue in the logic surrounding their beliefs is by understanding that even if you're opposed to it, there might be you might discover another way to get something done that essentially bridges both sides.
So it seems to require an open-mindedness towards different types of rationales or views.
Yes.
Are there any other thoughts on what type of mindset it would take for council members to be genuinely curious as to one another's views? Yes, Councilman.
I think to your point, Mayor, yes, and to your summary, Jesse, of like, yes, open-mindedness is important and that in terms of fostering curiosity. I also think what the root is that is willingness to be in relationship with one another, and that's a choice. That is what bridges that understanding and that need for it.
Good point. Yeah, Councilmember Wiles.
I'll say too, and I've said it a billion times since I started in this role, is to assume positive intent. You should give people the benefit of the doubt, and every interaction should be the opportunity for a new interaction, even if it went bad the day before. Like, start each day with that, assuming positive intent, and give people the benefit of the doubt.
Good point.
It's hard to be curious about one another if we're thinking of negative intent. It's easier to be curious if we are assuming positive intent.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yeah, I think it's easy to do this when we're in our committee meetings. I see, we have difference of perspectives because I'm amongst that, and I have, we all do it in our committee meetings. When we're listening, I see that in mine, very much so. It's very difficult sometimes, though, when you're on the dais and you're trying to give your perspective out. This happens to me all the time. Boo, out in the audience, and then we get interruption from individuals, my colleagues on the dais, who are kind of with that group. So you're trying to have a debate or amongst your colleagues on the dais. It becomes very difficult when the outside is, boo, you don't know what you're talking about, you're this, you're that. And I'm saying, I know that this has happened to me, and it happens all the time. So to bridge that, to listen, yeah, that's great, and then you get interrupted, and then that kind of starts that cycle. So it's really difficult sometimes to do that, to listen to the perspective when you have outside forces booing you, saying this, you're not about nothing, all the comments that I know that I've received, I'm just talking about personally, when I have tried to give my comment to another colleague on the dais. So I think that that's something, there's an outlier here. It's not just cut and dry.
Oh, very good point.
Follow-up question, Mayor?
Councilmember Jackson, and then a follow-up.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Lawson, for that. And I think it's hard. It's hard when anybody is getting attacked and you're trying to speak, you're getting interrupted, whether it's positive or negative, or it's from a crowd or your colleague, like, it's hard. So with the Rules Committee, the reason why I decided to join it was because I truly believe if council can model the behavior themselves, it can then inspire or ripple out, just like as we talked about with the leaders that inspired us. A lot of them modeled the behavior of leadership, and then we followed. But there's definitely got to be accountability, and there's lines. There are boundaries and lines that should not be crossed by either community member or council member.
Further comments? Sorry, go ahead.
I have a follow-up question for Councilmember Lawson. Thank you for describing that issue of being booed and how stressful that must be. If you were to frame this as what you would recommend going forward for yourself and all of council to try to address that issue in terms of what would be useful, do you have any thoughts as to what you would recommend?
I mean, I don't have a problem with being booed and talked about, because that's just public officials. But it's very difficult, and maybe this is where the mayor can kind of step in a little bit and maybe say, I don't know, I know people don't like the gavel and do something, but where if I'm debating, I'm just giving an example with Councilmember Coombs, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm just giving it as an example, and we're kind of going back and forth. I can't even hear sometimes what Mayor Pro Tem may be saying, because I'm hearing all of this. I understand that's what the public can do, but it's just very difficult. So sometimes I might be interrupting Mayor Pro Tem because I'm not really hearing, she might be saying something, we're going back and forth. So I don't know if there's something within that that can be, the mayor can maybe try to address, or if that's difficult. So for me, it's not really, I don't know about crowd control, and I'm going to be talked about anyway. I've come to terms with that. But when we're trying to have a debate, sometimes, I can't even hear what another council member is saying, and it may seem like I'm interrupting, but I really don't mean to interrupt. Now, sometimes passion gets into the way, and so I hold myself accountable for that. But there has to be something, and I don't know what that answer is, to actually be able to listen to what that counterpoint may be, without me trying to, it may seem like I'm interrupting, so I don't know I don't really have the answer. So I don't know about the crowd control. I'm going to be talked about anyway. It's been like that 10 years. That's what political officials do. But it's just, if we want to do the interruption, sometimes it's difficult, because I'm dealing with a crowd that's saying, no, you're not doing, I'm just giving examples, and I'm trying to debate with Mayor Pro Tem or on her issue, or listen to what she's saying, so I can maybe either counter, or I can either say, hey, this is what my point is. So I really don't know, Jesse.
I appreciate you clarifying, and I'm hearing some head nods in the room. Maybe warrants future conversation of how to address that.
No, I think it absolutely does, and that's something that I think that the Rules Committee can look at. Councilmember Bergen?
Yeah, just kind of follow up on the point that Councilmember Lawson said. We don't have these issues when we're in committees. I've been here 10 years. I chair committees. They're very professional. We listen to each other. We're polite, respectful. We get, everyone's comments are, from the committee members are allowed, so it's never been an issue with committees. It's strictly with being on the dais, and it has to do, as Councilmember Lawson said, with the environment, and the environment is who is in the audience disrupting or antagonizing, and we're human beings, so yes, emotions get in the way, but I will say this has not happened the whole 10 years. We used to have very respectful council meetings, and they just became different about probably, I don't know, 6, 7 years ago.
I think we're
We are over time.
running over time. So, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any concluding remarks?
Just thank you, everyone, for sharing these. And I agree that the issues on the dais with folks heckling and interrupting are a problem. I've tried to discourage people from doing that behavior, both from the dais and otherwise. And I think that's one of the issues we definitely have to address in the Rules Committee, as Councilmember Medina has really asked for. And so again, would very much welcome folks coming to have that discussion. I don't believe, Councilmember Lawson, I understand, like, you want to be respecting people's First Amendment rights when you say that's what the public gets to do, but there's expectations we can have actually about what they can do. And so I do want to respect, like, that communication, that it's hard to communicate well with each other when we're in that environment of experiencing the heckling. So thank you all for bringing that. It is something that we have to find a way to address. And the only thing that I would ask for, other than please participate and share your ideas, is to also remember that, like, we as council members don't control the people who show up, even if they share our ideas. And I think that can also help bring the temperature down a little bit if we're not assuming that we as council members are trying to get members of the public to conduct themselves in that way.
Okay, very well.
Thank you all.
Strategic planning overview.
So while Letitia's getting set up, you're going to share your screen. This is just a quick overview for you all in terms of our strategic plan that we've worked on with you all. Again, just an overview, get everybody up to speed, and kind of give you a preview of some coming conversations in the next few months.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Letitia Callanan, the Strategy and Performance Manager for the city, and I'm here today to share with you some collective work that we've been doing through this organization around strategic planning. To begin, the City of Aurora started working on its strategic planning a few years ago, but it took a lot of additional years of work with consultants and previous plans. We used that as a springboard to ensure that we were doing a collaborative process between City Council and staff. Our strategic planning process provides clarity of our mission and priorities, and it helps our organization's actions in achieving shared goals and objectives. And one of the things that I want to really point out here is it's a dynamic model. It's not a static document that can collect dust on a shelf. To start off, strategic planning starts with the reaffirmation of our vision, which is Aurora is a world within a city where all individuals, families, and businesses can thrive and be proud to call home. And then how we get that work done is through our vision, our mission, engaged, innovative city employees delivering efficient and effective public services that promote culture, community, and commerce. The next elements of our strategy map, which I'll go into in more detail here in a minute, is our core values. Our core values are the things that we show up with every day when we come to work, and our bedrock practices are those practices that are inherent in how we conduct our work every day. I'm going to take a minute here and show you this model. This diagram illustrates our strategic and operational planning model. So how this works is on the left of the screen, you see that we start by getting city council and public input. We rely on existing plans and policies, and we rely on data. That information then informs how we do our strategic planning and how we develop our budget. Those two items then also allow us to do continuous improvement. So the blow-up model there is our plan, act, learn model. This is what we use to ensure that when we plan our work, we operate our programs, and then from that, we learn from that. We then look at whether or not things are working or not working, adjust, and then start the cycle again. Now, these are our 5 strategic outcomes. This is what, and underneath these, we're going to define what it means to be a well-managed, healthy, safe, economically strong, and connected city. We have defining characteristics of each of these outcomes. So for well-managed, it's being a high-performing organization committed to great customer service, innovation, continuous improvement through dedicated and empowered workforce. It's also about holding ourselves accountable to our community through responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars, and recognizing that building and maintaining critical infrastructure directly impacts the community today and tomorrow. Our next outcome is healthy. The defining characteristics for healthy is connecting our natural and built environment with pedestrian-friendly multimodal networks. It's also ensuring access to open spaces, recreational opportunities, and wellness resources to promote active lifestyles for all ages and abilities, and also preserving a sustainable water supply and expanding the infrastructure to carry it to our growing community. Safe, recognizing that public safety is a shared responsibility by investing in community partnerships as an integral part of the solution for reducing and eliminating potential risks. It's also responding to emergencies appropriately to preserve and enhance the community's sense of security and well-being. And also promoting safety in our built environment through the effective administration of city codes and ordinances. Economically strong, having a conducive development climate, a diverse mix of industries and housing options, making Aurora the location of choice for small and large businesses to start up and expand, and also fostering economic growth so our community thrives and remains resilient even in times of uncertainty. Our last outcome is connected and engaged, and this is defined as having a community of neighbors that values and celebrates its cultural diversity and a sense of belonging, providing programming, learning resources, amenities that reflect the rich history and contributions of our vibrant and diverse communities, and actively engaging and communicating with the community to achieve desired and sustainable outcomes. So this is just a high-level view of our 5 outcomes that define the well-being that we want for our community and environment. Along with these outcomes, we've also developed initiatives and departmental actions that have these shared priorities. This year, our focus is going to be on developing KPIs to track progress and ensure transparency. And those will be shared on a public-facing dashboard, along with some specific actions that the city has taken so we can show the progress of our work. This is always going to be a collaborative effort with City Council to set and refine priorities. And we do plan on coming back in May to get even more deeper into the conversation around initiatives and allow for more prioritization of those initiatives. Well, this concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
City Manager.
So I want to thank Letitia for her work on this. We've really made a lot of progress over the last 2 years. This is the city's first strategic plan that we've done. It's something that when I took over this role, we heard from the leadership team that our employees really wanted to understand is that strategic vision, that sort of, North Star, where we were headed. And so we've done a lot of work. We've done that work with council. We've spent some time at the workshops, and we've made really good progress. We've learned a lot. One of the things we've learned is, okay, we probably need to maybe step back and do some level setting in terms of the work that our departments are doing. So in addition to continuing to work on that citywide stuff, we're trying to make sure that all of our departments understand their part in that larger goal. And then we really want to make sure we've got probably a small handful of major priorities that we're going to be working on, that we've got buy-in from council, that those are the priorities. From a staff standpoint, if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority, and we know you all get lots of pressure and lots of things out there, so we really want to get buy-in and understanding across our elected leaders, the organization, so we all know where we're going. And again, so this is really just a high level, kind of give you guys that overview, and then we're going to be back. We're doing that work right now to kind of, again, think through from an organizational standpoint, what does this year look like? What are the things we need to do? Bring that back to you all, then talk about, help us identify those major priorities so that as an organization, we understand how these things fit in. That's not to say that we can't do a lot. We're a large organization. We've got lots of things going on. But again, from a citywide effort, we do have to have kind of a small handful, 4 or 5 major focuses that we're doing that really are truly citywide priorities, knowing that we've got great departments, they're doing great service every day, they've got some initiatives that they're doing at the department level, but again, we want to understand and get buy-in from council as to what our major priorities are for the next 18 months to 2 years.
Councilmember Bergen?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. We have done strategic planning most of the years I've been here. And a lot of times, you know, we have those exercises with sticky notes and whatnot. And I've seen years where we have a strategic planning session and then nothing happens. I know we improved that process since then. So I'm happy to hear that we're going to focus on 4 to 5 priorities, because I know in the past, I think sometimes we've had, you know, a dozen priorities, and then they obviously can't all be addressed based on our budget and our resources internally. So just thank you for that.
Thank you.
Further comments or questions?
Mayor.
Mayor Patel.
Just, I guess, one general, perhaps it's not really an outcome, but it's a principle that could be woven through all of them that I think we hear a lot from the community is about accountability.
Okay.
And so I don't know if we want to like find a way to just kind of maybe have that be part of just the like plan, act, learn portion kind of framework, or if we want to build it into each of them. It's just, I think, one of the most common things we hear from the community.
We will certainly think about ways to communicate that out. Yep, and look at that. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Thanks, everybody. Let's see what the time is.
It's 9:30, so you want to go to 9:45, 9:50?
It's 9:30. Why don't we take a break to 9:45?
Yep.
right, budget overview.
Hello, everyone. I'm Drake Hayes, budget officer. I've been scheduled for 45 minutes, but I've been told I have 10, so we're going to run, all right? I'm at 10 by. All right.
Oh, Francois?
Francois, yes.
Say, I do not need a budget 101. I've been here 10 years, and we do the budget workshop in the fall in September. Not only do we do a study session, but then we have an actual budget workshop on a Saturday. So, not to be rude, but I am going to be skipping this session. So and not only that, but you do the town halls every single year for us as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. So, and this is actually a great segue. Typically when we do a budget 101, we'll have a new council member, so we'll sit down with the council member and tell you the story of the budget, where we get our money, how we spend our money. But because we have so many new council members, we decided, yeah, it's a great idea to do this all together. All right. So what we're going to talk about today, who is Office of Budget and Financial Planning, the budget book. You all got your budget book in your things? Nice job, Bree.
I came with my homework.
I'm impressed. That's very good.
Yeah.
Man. All right. We're going to talk a little bit about the budget process, some of the principles. I'm going to talk to you about what happens if you find $100 and how that affects the city of Aurora. Where do we get our money? And there's an important part in this where I'm going to talk about how it's all my fault. Some of it's Jason's fault. A lot of this is my fault. All right? How do we spend our money, and then looking into the future. So here we go. Oh, and by the way, you all have this presentation, and so I'm not going to read a whole lot of the words. All right? Thank you. Yeah. If there's questions, if I pass by something, you come back later and you go, what the heck is an appropriation? Come to me and we can talk. All right, so the purpose today, departments need budget to spend anything in their department. All right, you all, one of your rules is that you get to you get to approve the dollar spent, every dollar, even if they bring in a grant. Even if they find money on the ground, they have to ask your permission to spend it. All right? We're the ones that work out the details. We're the go-between between the departments doing all the great work for the city and you. I love this statement. Don't tell me what your priorities are. Show me where you spend your money, and I'm going to tell you what your priorities are. It's very true. We're going to talk about that here in a little bit. All right? Yes, you did get your budget book, chock full of data. If anybody has a hard time sleeping, just start reading this, beginning to end. You'll be asleep in no time. All right? There's a lot of information there. But there are a couple sections, if you don't have a hard time sleeping, but you still want to find out what's important in this, I'm going to recommend you start with the budget message. It's only about 5 pages long. It's in the very beginning, and it's Jason's vision of what this year's budget is all about. All right? So pretty easy read, and it's important primer to the rest of the book. The next section that I would recommend is the executive summary, the very next section. It's about 40 pages long. There's about 12 or 13 pages of narrative, and then the rest are just some charts. That is the summary of the entire budget. Almost everything else in the budget is detail. We're going to talk a lot about the general fund today. The general fund has a financial outlook in there. It has a revenue section in there. I think it's important to know about the general fund because that's where you're going to get questions and comments from your constituents. Everything else, it's detail, but it could be important to you. Some of you may be going, I would love to know more about housing and community services and what they do. There's a department section in there that will go through all the way down to the program and what they do, everything they spend and what they do.
Very quick.
Yes?
Since I've been in American government since the earth was cooling, let me just say in every echelon of American government, it's the executive, in our case the city manager, state, it's the governor, it's the office of the president that puts forward a proposed budget. and then it's up to the legislative branch to opine on that budget and then finalize it.
Absolutely. Great call. All right. When we adopt a budget, the way that we do it is that we call it additive. So we're going to start with last year's adopted budget, and then we're going to make adjustments to it. All the way through, all these adjustments, taking out one-times, doing some other things. This section right here, I'm going to talk about how we spend our money and such like that. Fully funding our employees and making sure that we have enough money to pay for Excel, electricity, the fact that Windows and all sorts of technology things cost more next year. We've got to account for that as well. That's all in there. You all kind of live in this world. If we're going to create a base budget, and if we don't have enough money to cover the base budget, we're going to do cuts. If we have enough money and we have more money, we're going to do ads. We're going to create a balanced budget. That we talked to you a lot about. And multiple times. We're going to come to you several times. That creates a proposed budget. What happens is that sometime around the September-October time frame, we're all going to sit in this room and have a fun Saturday where you all go, I like what you did with your proposed budget, but I want you to change this and change that and change this. This proposed budget plus your changes equals the adopted budget, which is the roadmap for the next year. All right, some other facts. We are very conservative in this city, and I think it's worked well for us to be conservative. Revenue, we're going to use history, we're going to use expert opinion. About 80% of the revenues in the city, we actually use the Leeds School of Business at CU Boulder to do the econometric modeling. Right? People smarter than me. It's great. I like using smart people. One thing about revenue, I love this. We're always wrong. I have the best job in the world because I just get to be wrong 100% of the time. I don't know how far wrong I am yet, but we're always wrong. We tend to project too high during bad times and too low during good times, which kind of makes sense. You just want to kind of have this middle ground and then react to the adjustments in the economy. On the expenditures, we fully fund our FTE. So if FTE is a person, it's a position, we'll give the department budget for that person all year long. So if that person leaves, or if there's a vacancy, there's going to be some savings. Okay, so we're conservative on that side too. The other thing in this, we say no a lot. We say no a lot. This is an important point. There are always more ideas than money in this city. The other point, we spend all of our money. We don't have a lot of money sitting around. And I'm going to talk about ongoing money versus one-time money. We really don't have a lot of ongoing money just sitting here doing nothing because we've always got ideas. So new ideas have to come at the expense of old ideas. Right? And you're going to hear in a little bit about some big new ideas and some needs that we have and that sort of thing, especially in the infrastructure. We need to have money to do that, and we just don't, because I mean we're good stewards with our money, but it's hard to create a pot of that much money, especially on an ongoing basis.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What about finding new money?
I love finding new money. Yeah, and there are options and ways to find new money, and you're going to hear some about finding new money and some possibilities and that sort of thing. It's hard to find big time new monies. That's a little bit interesting, but it's great when it happens. And one of the things I love doing is spending other people's money. So grants, right? Federal money's coming in, that sort of thing is one of my favorite things.
Yeah. I was just like wondering, like taxes or fees.
Yes. Oh, that's an excellent segue to here in a little bit on some of the things. There are ways to do that. So if you more money, more taxes, that takes a vote of the people. So there's rules that we have to follow in order to do that. But it is possible. great question. All right, always more ideas than money, and we don't have a lot just sitting around doing nothing. We follow a calendar. We're going to come back to you a lot. You're going to get sick of the Office of Budget and Financial Planning. Come in. We're going to give you a couple examples. Every month, we're going to tell you how our revenues are doing. All right? Especially our sales tax. I'm going to get into sales tax in a bit because it's awfully important. If you're on M&F, we actually come and talk to M&F about this month sales tax is doing X. All right? We're going to come to you in the March time frame with public invited to be heard. That's where we get citizens, we give a chance to citizens to get up in their 3 minutes when they're not cursing at you and say, here's what I want to see in the budget this year. We're going to come to you in the spring workshop because we'll have had the leads projections, so we'll be able to tell you, ooh, here's what the revenues are looking like. Here's what the expenses are looking like. Last year I said, oops, we're going to be cutting about $20 million. In July, we're going to come to you and we're going to have what we call council one-on-ones. At a council one-on-one, we're going to give you a precursor of the next year's budget in a small time basis, to 1 or 2 of you at a time, just to give you a feel for it, to where you can go, ooh, you missed this, right, before we get into public sessions. Citizens Advisory Budget Committee, you all just appointed 2 people to the Citizens Advisory Budget Committee. They're going to go through this exact same process. So not only is council going to get to see a budget, citizens are going to be able to see the budget. And they're going to give the exact same, oh, I think you missed this, to me. August time frame, this is an important one right there. That bottom one, the 2027 proposed budget, that book, but the proposed budget is going to be delivered to you by August 31st. After that, September, there's a lot of fun little pony shows, boards and commissions, budget presentations, city manager's budget presentation. Here's the workshop I was talking about. It's the best day you're going to have this year. And then after that, you all get to approve said budget. All right. We focus on some principles when we do a budget, and some of them are logical. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but I'm going to talk about a couple of them that are important to me. The first one, we have to maintain a balanced budget. We are not the federal government. I can't deficit spend. I can't create money out of nothing. We can only spend the money that we get into the city. Provide the best possible services within the resources available. Aurora is interesting in that Aurora is a full-service city, meaning that we have police, fire, library. We do it all. We do it all for our citizens. A lot of places now will have a separate fire district or parks district or library, what have you. We do it all. We do have adequate and appropriate reserve levels. I will point out that the council back in 2022 or 2023 said, gosh, we think you don't have enough money set aside for in case we have a recession. And so we went, that's a great idea. And so we built a recession reserve, and that saved our bacon when we had to cut in 2026. Great idea. This one I like a lot. Use one-time funds for one-time uses. If you find a $100 bill on the ground, don't go put a down payment on a car. Because you're going to need to find that $100 bill next month, and the month after that, and the month after that. We use the same logic with the money we get in. If we get a one-time payment, we don't want to assume that we're going to get that one-time payment every year. So we won't go and do something like hire people. You've heard tell of other cities in the metro area that did exactly that. They got ARPA dollars and created programs. ARPA dollars went away, programs stayed. Aurora didn't do that. So there's an example of one-time funds for one-time uses. You're going to get sick of us asking this question as you guys are talking through budgety things. Like, okay, do you want this to be forever or do you want this to be one time? It's easier to find one-time money for things. it's harder to find ongoing funds for things. Yep. We are trying to be efficient, blah, 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 all these things right here. I like this last one. Multi-year approach to budgeting. When we give you the 2027 proposed budget, it will be balanced, sources to uses. All right? That's going to be a fact. The next year, so the 2028 projection, since we're going to do a 5-year projection, the 28 projection has to be pretty close. Because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for us to provide you with a budget for your, knowing that in 6 months we're going to have to cut those things. So we do take a multi-year approach to all of this. By the way, I didn't say this before, but if anybody has any questions, thank you for your question. If anybody has any questions, shout it out. All right, where does the city get its money? This is what we do every year. All right, all funds. So we do what's called fund accounting, which means that we have different funds that serve different purposes. I'm going to talk a lot about the general fund. It's the main operating fund of the city. But we've got another fund over here called the water fund, which is the main fund that handles the water billing and payments and the revenue that comes in the water. The water revenue doesn't go into the general fund. The general fund revenue doesn't go into the water fund. They're separate purposes. About 39% of our sources come in form of taxes. Most of that's going to be in sales taxes in the general fund. About 33% comes in charges for service. Most of that's going to be in you all paying your water bills. That's the majority of that. Everything kind of falls off after that. All right, let's talk about revenues. And there's a couple of these things that what I want you to do with this is to put this in your brain for when a constituent comes to you and says, this is going on. Because there's a couple points that are pretty valuable here. 58% of the general fund revenue is sales tax. And if you look around that little pie chart, you'll see things that are called use taxes. And that's basically a sales tax, but just on a specific purchase, like a house or a car. If you add those up, a full 2/3 of the revenue, or 2/3 of the revenue of the city is based on somebody buying something. So the economy is awfully important to us. If you look down, only about 11% of the revenue of the city is in property tax. So recently, past 3 or 4 years, property tax has been a big deal in the city, and oh my God, I'm paying so much more in property taxes. Aurora doesn't really get a lot in property taxes. If you look at your property tax statement, you're paying a whole bunch of different mills to different municipalities, probably somewhere between 80 and 120 mills. We're about 7 of that. The vast majority of your property taxes go into your school, your county. If you have a special assessment, special district, it's going to be there. We're only about 11%. So, sales taxes, very important. We track sales tax like a hawk. Last time sales tax was increased was in 1993. Last time property tax was increased was in 2000. And by the way, that was for a series of projects that are now gone. So we're not even charging that anymore. Yes?
Yeah, what's your expert opinion on inflation impacting the economy and people having less money to spend, and then a city being over 50% generated, our revenue is sales tax?
Okay, I'm going to give you a dirty little secret. Inflation's actually good for the city of Aurora revenue. Because if something costs more, we're going to get 3.75% of that more money. On the other hand, inflation's bad for the city because now all of a sudden Excel costs more, and road repair costs more, and everything that we have to spend our money on costs more.
Right.
So in the long run, in totality, inflation's probably going to be kind of a bad thing, but
because I'm thinking recreational spending.
Sure.
I'm assuming that goes down for people, so less transactions.
And that is, boy, that's a great point, because one of the things that's specific about Aurora does not charge sales tax on groceries. One of the few.
Yeah.
In fact, if you start adding up the things, we're a full-service city. We don't do sales tax on groceries. We don't have an occupational privilege tax. We're a low-cost city in comparison to a lot of other cities.
Okay.
And that's the truth. And I would go so far as to say that you're exactly right. If people's spending dollar becomes weaker, they still have to buy their groceries. Oops, sorry. They still have to buy their groceries. So what they're not going to buy is that TV.
Right, yeah.
Just for you all, again, Greg talked about those monthly reports. In that monthly report, we give you a breakdown of that general fund sales tax by sector. So eating and drinking places, home improvement stores, and you'll see that exact thing. So we try and track it by sector because as economies get, personal economies get tighter, you see inflation, you see consumer confidence, all that kind of translates into where they're spending their dollars. And so it's a great question. So we track that around where folks are spending those dollars.
And I think the city does a good job in terms of raising fees relative to cost. I mean, when we from time to time make exceptions, for instance, in Parks and Rec activities, but generally you want to make that adjustment on an annual basis and not wait years and then make a big jump in fees. I think Westminster did that in water, and I think the mayor and council got recalled.
And you're exactly right. We do have a rule created back in the early 2000s where all of our service fees are increased every year by whatever factor that they're associated with. So we don't fall into that thing where all of a sudden we're 10 years behind.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
All right. Like I said, we watch sales tax. We track it like a hawk. We watch all the sectors. We watch the top 250 companies, and we'll track them monthly. So we've got this feel for where everything's doing, if something's falling off, if something's growing stronger. We will send you this every month. And what this is a Aurora sales tax percentage change from the same month. So the way that this works is that in March of 2025, sales tax was 6% more than March of 2024. All right? And in August, sales tax was 3% less than August of 2024. Why do we do that? Why do we track from the same month to the prior year? Because we're cyclical in nature. Our January sales are based on you all buying Christmas presents in December. Single biggest month of the year. Very important to us. Our February is based on you all sleeping because you don't have any more money because you spent all your money at Christmas time. Single lowest month of the year. We know that that's going to happen. And so we want to track these same months because we need growth because everything costs more every year. All right, so does that make sense? Because I'm about to widen this out just a hair. This is the exact same chart as what I just showed you, just going back a ways. And this is the point where you get to say this is all Greg's fault. All right? You were here when the Earth was cooling. I was here just a little bit after that. Right around...
Dinosaurs.
Right. I had the car just my feet, yes. I started right here in 99. All right? I was actually a revenue guy when I first started here back in 99. If you look back before me, how many times were we less than zero? Because zero in a month. So 0 in a month means that we lost money versus the prior year. That's bad. Not very many times. I started here, we were doing great. And then this, right there, that was October of 2001. The first negative I ever saw was October 2001. Anybody want to guess why? 9/11. Everybody got sad and went to bed. Right? This was January of 2002 to this date. 26 damn years later, this is the worst month year-over-year loss we've had was this guy. I caused the recession of 2022, or 2002. Okay? That's what the recession looks like back in 2002. Kind of a heartbeat, but a big drops and a lot of negatives, right? They said, Greg, you can't do revenues anymore. Gave it to somebody else, she did pretty good. Then Jason joined the city. Jason said, you want to see a recession, hold my beer. And he caused the Great Recession.
Oh, yeah?
Great Recession right there. We dropped
A lot of daylight in there. That's not good daylight. That's not good.
We dropped off a cliff and stayed off that cliff for 2 years. It was so hard to get back because we kept not reaching our money, and then we'd lower our expectations, then not reach our lowered expectations. It was really, really hard.
So real quick, when we talk to you guys about recessions, you'll often hear Greg and our outside experts and other staff, we talk about V-shaped recessions and U-shaped recessions. If you look a lot of stuff up there that dips below the red line, it kind of goes down, and it's kind of like a point, and then it comes back up, right? That's a V-shaped recession. You look at that in 2009 to 2011, and it goes like this. That's a U-shaped recession. That's really bad. So when we're talking to you about, hey, what does this look like? We're going to talk to you about what goes up must come down. That's normal. That's natural. It's really the scope, the scale, and the duration. So V-shaped versus U-shaped. Right? We don't want. We hope they're V's. We really don't want them to be U's. But that's what, this is a great visual example when we look at that 2008, 2009, 2010. That's a U-shaped recession. We lost 3 years of growth. It took us to 2015 before essentially we were back to where we were prior to the Great Recession. And I don't know why they call it that. I don't know what was so great about it, but it was. There you go.
So the Jackie in my office, who was the revenue person, we said that she couldn't do revenues because Jason was messing with her. So we gave it to somebody else, did awfully well. I swear to God, we hired a new revenue person in January of 2020, and he brought COVID. That jerk. This is what COVID looked like, the COVID recession. Huge monthly drop, not as much as mine, but a huge monthly drop. That was, I think it was April, when we weren't spending money except for on toilet paper and standing around the block trying to get our beer because we thought liquor stores were going to close. So that's the other recession. That recession reserve that we built for council would cover this one. It would cover my recession. It wouldn't cover Jason's recession. That's too much. Okay? So there's your feel for what we have set aside and how it can react to the next recession. Any questions on that?
Has there been a predicted next recession?
You know what? Nobody predicts a
18 months.
recession.
18 months.
18 months, yeah.
That's the running joke in the budget office is like, it's 18 months out. Well, and typically recessions are such that what happens is the economists go, we've been in a recession for 6 months.
That's exactly right.
We have? And then, well, when are we going to recover? 18 months. And then what happens is typically like, oh, recovery started 6 months ago. And you're like, okay, so it's always,
In looking into the future, Leeds School of Business is not going to predict a recession. They give us different feels, like they'll give us an optimistic, a baseline, and a pessimistic. Their pessimistic may have a recession. We probably wouldn't use that. It's better to plan on something in the middle and then react. Have the money set aside to react to something like that. All right, a big note about property taxes. I told you property taxes is only about 11% of our revenue. We are Tabor limited. And unless you want me to go down the Tabor rabbit hole, Tabor basically just says, oh, you can't grow as much as you want to. You can only grow so much. That green line is how much we can grow. The red line is where we are. We're above the Tabor limit. And so we have to return the rest of the money every year in terms of a temporary mill levy reduction. All right? Last year, we returned $13.1 million. It's a lot. So we kept 50 and returned 13. So there's a big hunk of money out there that we give back every year in terms of Tabor. So when people say my property taxes are too darn high.
Not sales tax.
I'm sorry, property taxes. When people say my property taxes are too darn high, it's not Aurora, and we give back a lot of money. It's an important point that I keep trying to make to people. Let's add that to the list. Aurora, full service city, doesn't charge taxes on groceries. We give back Tabor revenue for property taxes. We don't have OPT. All right, where do we spend our money? This is me when I started. All funds uses, general funds about 41%. You see water and wastewater capital and water and wastewater operating also adds up to about 41%. Everything else is less than that. You'll see that there are some of these that are called capital. And I already told you about the general fund is the main operating fund of the city. So we have different types of spending. We have capital spending and operating spending. So let's talk a little bit about what that means. The difference between operating spending. I'm going to start over here. On the operating spending, what I want you to think about is the typical annual budget. Getting things done for the city. Day-to-day business, the staff, supplies, the city's day-to-day maintenance, upkeep of building, roads, parks. It's 1 year. If a department doesn't spend its annual budget, then it goes back to funds available. All right? Capital side. Capital is multi-year, and it makes sense that if you think about a capital project, it could take 2 or 3 years to build whatever you're trying to do. So you don't want to have to keep reappropriating. You appropriate it, and it stays in the budget until it's spent. All right? What I want you to think about is physical infrastructure, multi-year projects, major infrastructure replacements. When you think about capital, the big capital in the city, water pipes, and roads, and buildings. And fixing what we've already got. Right? One of the things about capital is the city doesn't build a lot of new stuff because it takes a lot of money to build new stuff.
And they have to come up with operating money to operate the new stuff.
Absolutely, and that's the ongoing funds that are so hard to come by. Projects can include roadway improvements, park improvements, facility construction. We use pay-as-you-go. I'll talk to you a little bit more about that in a second. So here's what the capital looks like. You'll notice the vast majority of our capital is in the water fund. 75% is water-related projects. Everything else, if you look up over at transportation maintenance, that's roads. And the capital projects, that's basically going to be road-related, and it's going to be building repair. Parks has an interesting little thing because they get little pots of money from different worlds, and they have to be spent in specific ways. So they've got Conservation Trust, golf, parks development, open space. These are all parks projects. Your main departments when you're talking about capital is going to be Aurora Water, it's going to be Public Works, and it's going to be Parks. So where does the money come from for capital? This is the Capital Projects Fund. The vast majority of the money from the Capital Projects Fund actually comes from the general fund. That was a rule that was based way back when the earth was cooling. And what it is, it's all of the building material use tax, all of the other equipment use tax, and then 4% of all the other revenues we put toward capital. So that's half of the money right there. There's a lot of other revenue that comes into different pots, and it tends to fluctuate a lot. You get impact fees, that tends to fluctuate as well. Impact fee is going to be, right now, the impact fee is fees that are based on residential housing. So that is coming in. So we've got about that, and then a bunch of it goes over to the Transportation Maintenance Fund. Where do we spend our money? Said most of our capital projects and transportation maintenance is in Public Works. Everything else kind of dropped off a little bit right there. You'll see that $17 million with the little star. One-time money for one-time uses. We set aside money for an animal shelter That's an abnormal big number. Typically, that number is going to be around 2 million. Right? But we set aside some, we created an animal shelter using about 50% debt and 50% one-time money. So that's not a bad way to create something.
Can I
Yes.
just clarify, wait, you said 50% debt? Can you?
Yeah, so there are a couple different ways to pay for things. You're going to hear a little bit about it later, but one of the ways is that you do pay-as-you-go, which means you have to go find money and pay for that thing. The other way that you could do it is like any of you that has a house payment. You went out and got a mortgage, right? You're going to pay over that mortgage for how many ever years?
Right.
We can do the same thing.
But I thought you said we couldn't, our budget doesn't go into deficit, like we have to stay.
What we have to do in that case, so let's say that we have to make a payment, and that debt payment's $2 million, we have to have an ongoing funding source to pay that $2 million.
Okay.
All right? We don't have to have the $40 million that we borrowed, but we do have to have the $2 million a year to pay the debt.
That moment, okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Oh, by the way, that was it. Does any other questions on capital? And is that good enough? All right. Woohoo. All right. General fund appropriation side. Don't tell me what your priorities are. Tell me where you spend your money, and I'll tell you what your priorities are. The priority of the general fund is public safety. We are very typical. We're not atypical of a city this size. Start at the top at courts and legal, then you got police at 31. Aurora 911, those are the people that do your 911 phone calls. And fire, that's about 56%. And everything else is up after that. Remember on the earlier slide when I talked to you about the biggest piece of the capital projects fund comes from a transfer from the general fund? There's your transfer slide. Transfer actually doesn't leave the city. It's basically just moving money from one fund to another. Another big thing that I want you to think about in terms of, especially as we get into cuts and such like that, we're mostly people. The city of Aurora spending is mostly on personal services. And it makes a lot of sense, is that we are people providing services to the citizens of Aurora. And that includes police officers, firefighters, this guy. You know, that's all providing services to the people. If you take out the transfers, it's 3/4 of our money. So in looking to the future, we said we wanted to have a multi-year outlook. The 2026 adopted budget absolutely is balanced sources to uses. 2027 is off a little bit. It actually was closer. We thought we were going to get what's called a SAFER grant to do a fire station. We didn't get the SAFER grant, so we had to move some things around, spend some money. It gets a little bit better in the out years. That's actually not bad at all. That's about 1%. That's within about 1%. So I'm going to call it bite size. As long as we can get to bite size to balanced, then we're doing pretty good. That being said, the Leeds projection could make it worse. Crazy outlandish spending can make it worse, which is why we always say fiscally conservative. Just be conservative with your thoughts, and we'll be able to balance that. The rest of this, I'm not going to go through there's 3 slides about words, because we're going to be coming to you a lot. We're actually going to be coming to you about a supplemental. There's a couple different ways to do a budget. One of them is the budget process that we go through, but then we'll also, because time doesn't stop, I wish it would stop, time doesn't stop, you go through the years and it's like, oh, we forgot to do X, or this thing has come up, or this new thing's happening. We'll do 2 supplementals. And a supplemental just comes through and basically says, we didn't know about this at the time we did the approved budget, well, can we do this? And you guys get to approve that as well. All right? And we're going to use words. And so I put some words up here that we're going to use. Go ahead and read them on your own time. The reason that we put this in here is that we've had situations where we're like, oh, we're going to go lapse some funds, and then we had a council member goes, what the heck's a lapse? Lapse is just basically saying you take away the funding. But that's why I put these last few slides in here, just for you to have for yourself. And that is it. Sorry, a little bit longer than 10 minutes. Sorry about that. I tried my best.
Any further questions?
Yeah, any other questions?
Thanks, Greg. Great job.
All right, thank you.
Council Chambers, Americans with Disabilities Act, Laura Perry.
So this is one, we'd sent you guys an email, and we know there's been some questions out there. Laura's going to kind of walk you through exactly kind of what we've done, and then kind of give you a recommendation on some next steps. So while she's pulling up the presentation, we will walk you all through that. In general, the other thing I will add to you, and Laura's going to touch on this, we have Carlin Shorb. Carlin is our ADA coordinator. She is leading our efforts on our ADA transition plan. We're going to talk to you a little bit about that in here, but in general, if she is our ADA expert, if we have questions, I go to Carlin. She's done amazing work over the last year, 18 months, really to advance us, and I think we're a much better place. So Carlin, anything to add in general?
Nice to meet you all.
Good morning. Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager, here to talk through the Council Chambers project. Okay. So a little bit about the project history. So back in 2021, there was a Council Chambers accessibility improvement opportunity identified through a space study that the city conducted. At that time, ARPA, the federal funding, was coming through the city for consideration, and $750,000 was identified for design and construction of these improvements. And really, the goal of the improvements were to increase accessibility to the council chambers from the floor and the podium, enhance access to the council dais from the chambers, and essentially provide for an inclusive design for the facility. Those specific improvements I'll show on the next slide, but they included ramps to the chambers floor, as well as accessible seating on the chambers floor as well. The construction of the improvements would require a full closure of the council chambers, and that is estimated to be about 8 months at the time, and that's primarily due to disruption and dust that would be generated from the construction itself. So the design set was bid in November of 2023, and then in February of 2024, City Council made a determination to defer construction. And if we were to build this same project today with the existing design set, it would cost about $975,000. So the next slide shows some renderings of what those improvements will look like. So there on the top right, that shows the ramp to the chamber floor, and that would utilize the current storage area along the east exterior wall of the chambers. The picture here is also just another depiction of that same ramp. And then the seating on the bottom level of the council chambers, there would be a dedicated area for seating. And then the top level, which is the dais, would remain as council only, and council can access that through the Aurora room. So where we are today, as Jason mentioned, we began updating the city's ADA self-evaluation and transition plan. And that is a phased plan update that we've completed phase 1 on, which really focused on our transportation public right-of-way. So curb ramps, sidewalks, pedestrian push buttons on, crossing lights. And through that, we are also assessing all city facilities. So our ADA consultant is going into each facility and assessing those facilities for accessibility. The council chambers has been part of that evaluation. And in December, our consultant did find that our council chambers are out of compliance with current ADA standards. So when the chambers was built in 2004, it had to conform with the 1991 ADA guidelines at the time. Those guidelines were updated in 2012. And so they are now required to, updated in 2010, and so the guidelines now have to comply with the 2010 ADA guidelines. And through this, our consultant did find some need to do some adjustments to the chambers in the existing design. So they reviewed the existing plan set, they identified opportunities for further slope adjustment, handrail adjustments, ramp landings, signage, etc. All of which warrants an update to the current plan set that was bid out for construction. And so with that being said today, we wanted to seek some direction from council on next steps on this particular project. And here are two options. I will note that both can be done consecutively. So I'll talk through that in a second, but essentially the first one is we would find a nominal amount of funding within our existing capital budget to go ahead and update the design set. So we would incorporate the recommendations from our ADA consultant, so those ramp adjustments I mentioned, have an architect update the plan set to accommodate those. And with that, what we're able to do is get an updated construction cost estimate as well. Because these improvements may result in additional funding, it may trigger other architectural needs within the chamber that have to be adjusted, but we really want that architectural guidance to inform a firm construction costs and then, of course, approach on implementation and options, which we would come back to you all with that information to seek further guidance on construction. As I mentioned, the self-evaluation and transition plan recommendations, we are taking this in phases. And so after each phase of the transition plan, we are required by the Department of Justice to hold a public hearing, and that's done through a council meeting with our elected body, as well as public meetings, of course, leading up to that public hearing with the city council. And so through the plan, we would bring the facility recommendations back to this council. Our consultant does provide prioritization of those recommendations to be built in the transition plan. The transition plan is a long-term plan for the city that guides planning around ADA for both operations as well as capital. And so we would bring that prioritization, a proposed schedule from our consultant back to you all to seek further guidance and present on, holistically, what does that look like? I started this conversation to say these both can be done in tandem. We can do both. We have to come back to you all with the transition plan information, but we can also identify a small amount of money to update the design and come back to you with both. So that's the question to council today is, would you like us to identify funding to complete design? Would you like to wait to come back and see all of the facility recommendations before we up the design? Or would you like us to take next steps and do both?
Comments? I'm sorry, Councilmember Bergen.
Yeah, thank you for the information. I also received your email. So if we move ahead with the chamber design now, you said it would be approximately $975,000?
The construction, but we would need to, there are some ADA needs that were not addressed in that original design that our consultant had identified, and we want to go back and update those regardless before we complete construction.
Okay, so that's just design.
The 975 is a cost of construction for the original plan set from 2023. We were to implement that today.
Oh, okay. I guess, I don't know if had we moved forward, would we have to then go back and then change to update to new standards?
Do you want to answer that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Those design sets should have conformed to the 2010 standards, and we got some recommendations from our consultants suggesting that we make a few updates to that 2023 design set.
Okay. So you said we could do both at the same time. So we could go ahead and update the chamber design, and then how soon and then we would do the other evaluation, which I thought was ongoing. I didn't realize.
Correct, yeah.
I thought when we deferred it in 2024 that we were just saying, please do the complete evaluation of all facilities before we move forward with the chamber. But you said that was halted as well?
No, that was indeed the direction.
Yeah.
There was a conversation at the time about priorities in the city. And in terms of ADA, holistically, is this for investment the highest priority? And at the time, we had not completed the transition plan and described to council what that process will be, and that obviously with each phase of that process, we'd be reporting out on those recommendations.
Okay, and once the design is done, how soon would the design be done where we could start construction?
Public Works.
Depends if the previous architects are still available, or if we have to bid out for a new architect.
Okay, so 3 to 4 months?
3 to 4 months with the current existing, if the current previous architects are available.
Okay, so 4 to 6 months conservatively if we have to get a new architect.
Okay, and then construction would take how long? About 8 months?
8 months was the original estimate. Obviously, we want that updated design, and that could be longer. If there's additional improvements that are needed, that might take longer. So on an estimate.
To permit and bid out the construction as well.
Yes, so.
Okay.
That would be prior to the 8 months, yeah.
That's it?
Okay, great, thank you.
City Manager?
Oh, I was just going to add, I think going back to the question there is, we've learned a lot over the ADA transition plan as we've gotten into that, and I think the biggest thing we've learned is ADA regulations are incredibly complex, and you need experts in interpreting those regulations. You know, general architects, I think, are doing their best, but I think it's one of the things we've learned that, you know, you really do need that kind of expert eyes looking it over, making sure that all of the regulations are being met again. So it's just, that's a lesson we've learned.
Councilmember Horton.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'm for doing both simultaneously. I think if we're gonna do it, if we're gonna do this, or at least consider doing it, we should at least do it right and as updated as possible, so that the conversation doesn't have to be revisited for years to come. And then the second comment is, because council chamber, if this moves forward, with council member chambers having to be closed, I would also like a cost estimate if there is alternatives for city council to still meet in person. So if that's, utilizing the large room at the library, just up the block, what would be the additional incurred cost in the alternative if this moves forward?
Further questions or comments? Oh, Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question, Laura, is this. So we do have the funding for this, or we would have to forego some type of other capital? And I know it's important. I'm just asking about the money, because we got to talk about the money. We got $975,000 plus we might have some additional costs. We don't know how things have gone up lately. So I'm just asking, this would come from the capital budget, and then we might have to forego something else. Is that correct?
So I'm going to answer that in 2 days. For the design itself, we would identify, we're estimating probably about $100,000 to give or take for the design update from the existing capital projects fund. So that's the question in front of council today.
But Laura, let me just interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Sure,
so
of course.
I'm just trying to be clear. You're kind of going over in a circle. What I want to know is, so we have the $100,000 for the design. So we have that money. I'm trying to make sure we have the money and where the money's coming from. So we have the $100,000 for the design. We already have that, correct?
We would need to identify that in the capital projects fund.
Okay.
And so we would need to look at existing balances we had, unspent money, et cetera there. For construction, we have no funding identified.
So we have no funding identified whatsoever?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So we would have to kind of figure out where that money would come from.
Yes, ma'am.
And that might mean foregoing some other things as well that we have already kind of budgeted, maybe.
we would come back to council with that conversation.
Okay, you didn't answer my question, but I get it. Thank you.
No further questions or comments?
Mayor.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you for your presentation. I support both of these moving forward. I just want to make sure we're effective because to the point of like we do have funding for the updated. We could find funding. Like we're pretty sure we could find funding for the updated one. Maybe waiting until we know what the actual construction needs are before we get a little bit too far down the road. I really appreciate, thank you for the background knowledge about the ADA phases. That gives us a lot of information to communicate back to constituents. And I think since the chambers is where public is invited to be, it's such a pressing matter for it to be ADA compliant because of that matter. I think it was smart to start with the right-of-ways because it's accessibility, physical accessibility, and now out of any of the rooms or construction projects, we could continue to invest throughout this larger plan to make the city of Aurora more accessible and ADA compliant. I think the city chambers is a great next step, and especially given the community voice that has continually been advocating during public invite to be heard.
Further questions or comments?
And Mayor, if I could, Mayor Pro Tem had to step away, but she did want me to share with the body that she was supportive of identifying funding for design. But with that also pressing, could we look at options for phasing construction to see if that's a possibility again? And so she asked that I share that with the library.
Is that a realistic possibility to phase the construction and not do it all at once?
We would have to identify that with the architect to understand, but it would still require full closure of the chambers.
Wouldn't that raise cost?
Correct.
To phase it?
Yes.
Okay, very well. No, I'm for, I'm sorry, Councilmember Lawson. Councilmember Bergen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one last question, and I think we should move forward with the design on the chamber, but when you did the little diagram where the changes are, where does the staff go that are presenting? Because right now they're kind of up front.
Same
location. We can see them.
The table where the staff present, like where the planners go up and they do the public hearing, it would still remain.
Oh, okay, so are they behind? Are they in the middle there? I don't understand what this is.
The designated seating areas in the middle.
For the
in the diagram, and then the tables are to the left, and then the clerk's table would remain to the right.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you.
Of course.
Further questions or comments? I support you going forward with the design.
So timing on that, I think, will be actually pretty well. Just overall, it sounds like there's general consensus. We'll move forward with that design. We'll come back to you all probably later this summer. And then I think we'll also work on final timing for the transition plan. I'd like to, if we could, incorporate that transition plan into our annual budget process. As you know, we'll be coming to you all, as Greg just outlined, in that kind of end of August timeframe, and I think this tees up nicely if we can to kind of get those things aligned. We'll have a design, hopefully have a refined cost estimate, and then as part of our overall budget process, we can talk to you all about, now, given what we've heard in the transition plan, our updated cost on this, we can then talk about funding options around moving forward with the entire transition plan, including this project.
Good. Any other questions or comments? Thanks, everybody. We're ready to move on. We are, okay. How long do you think?
I think 11 a.m. Were you
Yeah.
ready to meet?
Okay, we'll be in recess or a break till 11 a.m.
you.
just want to say Councilmember Hancock was not able to make it due to a family conflict.
Well, good afternoon, or sorry, good morning, almost afternoon. Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager, excited to talk to you all about Build Up Aurora. Third time's the charm. Hopefully the power doesn't go out on me this time. So a little bit about our commitment. I'm going to read you a quote from Gandhi that I think really summarizes this slide really well. A rising tide doesn't rise people who don't have a boat. We have to build the boat for them. We have to give them the basic infrastructure to rise with the tide. That is really what this slide is communicating. The city has a responsibility to provide safe, adequate, and well-maintained infrastructure for our residents. And as you heard from Greg Hayes in an earlier presentation, we have a strong track record of spending our dollars wisely, investing in our infrastructure to maintain and keep it safe. And I will provide a little bit more on promises that we've kept for the public and how we've achieved those as well. So the city owns and maintains a lot of assets, and we're growing. So this is just a broad picture of everything we own, operate, maintain, and we have to balance maintaining these within our capital budget every year. And really, there's three things that brings us to this conversation today. One, I touched on this briefly at study session, we're a growing city. We've grown a lot and we're continuing to grow. Currently, we're over 400,000 in population. We still have areas that are undeveloped, that require regional infrastructure investment. And then long-term, we're going to need to maintain the infrastructure that we build, which leads us to one, which is a lack of needs for capital funds. I'm going to walk you through the city's draft capital plan towards the end of this presentation. And one thing you will note is that the cost estimate on our infrastructure needs exceed what we can afford to do within our annual budget. Our building repair for the entire city is only $3 million a year. One roof failure that we have to address, that's $1 million. $500 to $1 million. That sinks and defers other needs in the city that we have to invest in. And that's challenging for a growing city. So Greg alluded to this. I'm going to give you a little bit of education on how we pay for capital projects. The first is pay-as-you-go. That was the annual budget that you all heard on earlier. I was just referencing our building repair fund. So street paving, traffic signal maintenance, park improvements, replacement of playgrounds. That is coming every year from our annual budget. We also receive capital impact fees. So when a new home is built, a fee is assessed on that new home at the time a permit's issued, and that comes into the city to fund regional infrastructure needs. That has to tie to growth. And then other one-time funding that we get in the year. That was unaccounted for. We received a gift from an organization that's specified to be spent on a certain asset. That's considered other one-time funding. Multi-year financing. So there was a question about debt during Greg's presentation. So there are different tools that a city can utilize to pay for that really costly infrastructure that we can't afford to do within our annual budget. I have a slide after this that'll walk you through each of these in a second.
Real quick, just on that one. So when we talk about debt in the city, it's, again, as Greg said, it's a mortgage. It's not deficit spending. It is really, again, we're going out, we're getting a loan, and then we have to have a way to pay back that loan. That has to be in there. So when we say debt, bonds, certificates of participation, we mean, again, that's not deficit spending. That's essentially, again, equivalent of a mortgage.
Yep. And then last are grants and partnerships. The city has, since the infrastructure bill was released, we made a concerted effort to apply for as much as we could. There was an infusion of funds for transportation projects. You'll see that a lot of our transportation projects are in design. That is heavily due to the fact that we've been so successful in getting grants for design, grants for construction, but we're seeing that these opportunities are exhausted. They're very limited, and there are certain things that grants can't pay for. There are typically no grants to pay for a new fire station. Federal government relies on local government to pay for those types of public investments. So multi-year financing, I mentioned the tools. So these are the various tools in our toolbox that city has to pay for those really costly projects. The first are GO bonds. These are bonds that require the vote of our people. So these are Tabor restricted, and they obligate the city's budget. We call it the full faith and credit of the city. So Jason referenced your mortgage. If you don't pay your mortgage, the bank can take your house over, right? Kind of similar here. We have annual payments we have to make. These would work the same way, where those payments are budgeted. We go to the bank, we issue bonds, and we use those monies to pay for projects. The GO bonds, when you ask the public, you have to ask that these funds pay for very specific things. These are a contract between the city and its people. So we say, would you like to, for the city to spend $50 million on transportation improvements? And there's certain ones called out, and they vote yes or no. That's typically there's much more legal, there's much more tax work that goes into that. But in generalities, that's what we're asking the voters for GO bonds. For revenue bonds, these are typically issued in an enterprise. So Aurora Water issues enterprise bonds to pay for their infrastructure. Certificates of participation. Using the mortgage example here as well, these utilize an asset that the city has. So to build a new fire station, if the city wanted to issue what's called certificates of participation, you essentially say, okay, bank, I'm going to build this new fire station, and I'm going to use the fire station as the collateral to be able to borrow money to build that fire station. If we as a city default on that annual payment back to the bank, and the terms on that vary depending on the life of an asset. So could be 15 years, could be 20 years. There's a whole financial planning conversation that happens into planning for these things. But if the city doesn't pay it, guess what? They get to take the fire station and say, you didn't pay it, we own the fire station now, just like a bank would do with your house, kind of the similar construct. The city has finite resources for COPs, and we've exhausted our list of assets. A lot of our assets are pledged to projects we've done, all with the exception of if we build a brand new building. As I said with my fire station example, you can use that.
Or our assets are unpledgeable. We cannot pledge a road because the bank's like, they know they're not going to come in and go, okay, we're taking Chambers Avenue now. That's not going to happen.
Do it.
So they're typically, as Laura has said, it's a building. It's something that has tangible value. A road, they're not going to do it. Even with some buildings, there are limits on this. And so as Laura said, we really are effectively at our limits. We probably have a little bit of authority here and there and some things we can do with COPs. But I will tell you that when you see that larger list, we are not going to make a dent in this on COPs.
And we do not need to go to voters to ask permission. You as council can approve those. And the last, special assessment. So think of a special district. It's defined by a boundary. Taxes are collected within that boundary. Those taxes support issuing of bonds to pay for specific infrastructure that benefit the district. So a little bit about a life of a capital project. this is important, as you heard in the ADA presentation. There are processes that a project follows through what we call project development. So first is master planning. This is that initial concept stage where you're inventorying all your needs in the city, you're developing concepts that align with a vision, and you're developing initial, what we call concept cost estimates. These are rough estimates on what is believed that the improvement would cost. To get more specificity on improvement, you have to complete a design. A design is where you hire an architect to take a look at a project. So think a building, they lay it out, they look at how big it is, they look at square footage, they look at how it's situated on a site, and through that, they're able to develop a construction cost estimate. That is a more refined estimate that serves well in terms of financial planning because you have a number to budget to. And then last, obviously construction, so that design goes forward in a plan set. The plan set's released as part of a procurement process to hire a contractor. Contractors bid on that. And then we move into construction, and then of course it falls into maintenance and operations. This is truly a cycle. Buildings have what we call useful life. If they exceed the useful life, sometimes they have to be replaced because it just doesn't make sense to invest a lot of money in maintaining it. The deferred maintenance cost on that building warrants it being torn down and rebuilt because it's cheaper to do that. It's more cost effective. And so this is typically done in a cycle on various assets across the city. What is a capital master plan? So you're going to hear a lot about capital master plans in the city. These are very important documents as they truly are a roadmap for capital financial planning, for our budgeting, for planning for a bond. And these are typically data-driven and community-informed. And the steps that you'll see here, typically they start with the strategic direction, looking at our long-term goals and objectives. We assess our needs. This often includes doing condition assessments on buildings to say, okay, what needs to be replaced, what needs additional investment to prolong its life, to push that cost down the road. And then also operationally. So you'll hear a lot, our services often drive infrastructure needs. You'll hear this in public safety. You'll hear this for our maintenance facilities. When we have snowplows go out, how long is it taking them to plow a road? Do we need to build a maintenance facility that's much closer because the city's growing and geographically it's gonna take someone 20 minutes to get to the other side of town, right? So other data points go into that needs assessment as well that are operationally driven. And then project prioritization. So as I mentioned, that is going out to the public. Let's hear from the community. Let's understand what the public's priorities are. But also on the asset side, if something is close to failing and it's presenting a life safety issue, we as a city need to address that. And so that typically guides, generally prioritization across infrastructure. And then, of course, financial planning. So building into our budget, identifying unmet needs, going after grants, right? Those are the tools I mentioned that are typically used to leverage the data or the planning work that we've done through master plans to help fund those things. So a little bit about our story. So back in really 2021, we started a intensive capital planning effort to inventory all the needs of the city, understand asset condition, and then also there's been many needs in the city that have been on the needs list for decades. A lot of new regional infrastructure needs, bridge replacements. We'll talk about that more in a few slides. But at the time, about $700 million in need was developed, and this was then furthered through a lot of master planning work that the city done. So City Council set aside funding to allow for the development of master planning work to really refine what our needs are, but also hear from the public and what the community desires as their needs as well. This plan has been iterative. It has served as a foundation, again, for which infrastructure bill grants we pursued for transportation projects. And of course, all the departments are out hearing from the public as well, making note of needs that come up in project meetings. And so this is something we've continually tracked. A major need at the time in 2022 was residential street paving. The city had not done residential street paving for 14 years, and 58% of the street network was in fair or below condition. So what this slide represents is the imbalance in funding at the time, and what was needed to catch up on our residential street paving. Some of these roadway conditions, these roads were crumbling, they were falling apart in certain areas of the city. And there were limited street dollars to address them every year. And so we use a metric in the city called Pavement Condition Index. This is where a specialized vehicle goes out, measures all the streets in the city, its condition, and there's a rating scale that tells you, is it in excellent condition, is it in fair, good, poor condition? And Public Works uses this data to prioritize which streets get paved every year. So at the time, for residential streets, on average, we had a 69 PCI across the city. And there was, you'll see the map, this is an old map, but the areas in green were those in need of the most of paving and reconstruction. A lot of these roads, as I said, were crumbling and required reconstruction. And so at the time, council decided to issue $35 million in certificates of participation, so that using the COP tool to catch up on the work. And then on top of that, we've been able to build this into our annual budget every year since. And so residential streets are now being paved as part of the annual budget. And a little spoiler alert, Public Works is actually coming to TAPS this month to share this information, but...
Councilmember Bergen has her hand up.
Oh, Councilmember Bergen.
Thank you. I just want to point out that Councilmember Zabonic is the one that basically worked with staff for the residential street plan to be able to not only fund it for the 35 million, but also for ongoing. Just want to give them kudos.
So this slide shows just a little bit of history on that pavement condition. So in 2009, we were at 77. You'll see we tanked in 2022 down to 69, big drop. And I am so excited to share with you all after the work, catching up on residential streets, the additional investment in streets, we are now at a network PCI across the city of 79. Huge kudos to Public Works for that. Exceeded the goal that was set by council, but based on the funding level of 73. And across the board, our local streets in itself are at a 75, which is great for a city. It's fantastic. So that's just an example of how we have fulfilled a promise that we made to the public, that we were going to go out and pave residential streets, and we've exceeded expectations. So I mentioned the capital master planning efforts. We've done a lot on the master planning front. Through the dollars that were identified by council a couple of years ago, we have completed and or on the precipice of completing a lot of master plans which have identified capital needs, involved public outreach, and all of which help to prioritize needs that have come forward to you today in a draft 10-year capital plan that I'll walk you through. All of this information has also been presented to the Infrastructure Task Force, so building up into Build Up Aurora. The 80 transition plan, we talked briefly about this earlier. Just wanted to show the various phases that we're working through on this. This is one that will take us still a couple years to complete. We are currently in phase 2 of the plan, and so you all will be seeing, again, as we mentioned in the last presentation, more of this information coming forward. So how do we get to where we are today? So addressed residential street paving. That was the number one thing we heard to the public, and with Councilmember Zvonic's sponsorship, we're able to catch up on a lot of that work. We've pursued a lot of federal and state infrastructure grants, so we've leveraged other people's money to all extents possible. We've developed a phased communication education engagement plan. So through all the master planning work, through Build Up Aurora here in the last year, we've educated the public on capital projects, capital needs. We've had flyers, we've had presentations. There's been a huge effort here, particularly in the last year on this front. All of leading up till today is a plan and financial options to address our long list of needs. All of which we can't afford to do in our annual budget, which is very challenging for the city. So in 2024, City Council at the time unanimously approved the creation of an infrastructure task force. This was sponsored by Councilmember Curtis Gardner and Councilmember Zvonic at the time. The task force is co-chaired by Councilmember Gardner and Councilmember Bergen. And you see here are the representatives that were appointed to the infrastructure task force, and their main goal is to help us answer that question. What are long-term solutions, short, midterm, and long-term solutions that the city can look at to address our infrastructure needs, all while continuing to receive community input and support? That is the biggest piece of this entire initiative. Some key principles that we've installed through this process. I mentioned strategic capital planning. You'll see this in a little bit more detail as we go through the sections of the plan, but that's been critical, all of our master planning work. Public engagement, public engagement, public engagement. We want to get out often to the public because we want to make sure we have a community-informed and technically sound capital plan and program to address our needs. Transparency. Every step of the way, we've posted all materials. We have a great website. We want to continue to be transparent on process with the public, decisions that are made going forward, and that's been a core goal from start to finish. And then, of course, fiscal responsibility, making sure we're directing dollars in the city where it's most needed to address our capital needs. A little bit about the process here. We did some early on planning, information gathering. We educated the infrastructure task force a little bit about how we pay for projects, how that works in the city. And then over the last year, we've done two things. One, we've done many community engagement events to solicit input. Each department has presented to the infrastructure task force on capital project needs, all of which have risen from prior master planning efforts. We've done a lot of engagement and are still here in the box, of course, with the infrastructure task force. All of which leading up to recommendations in March and April. And I'll get into a little bit more details around what's next. This is just a summary by meeting of everything that the infrastructure task force has heard. All presentations and backup can be found on our website. All projects that were presented are actually in front of you today through this presentation. I mentioned public outreach a lot. So we did a lot of public outreach in the last year that involved an online survey, citywide in-person events. We had facilitated community discussions from Jesse Byrne and his community engagement team. And we really tried to get out to where people are. So we went out to festivals. We went out and printed surveys and dropped them at city facilities so folks could fill them out while they were there. And all of which led to 45 events, 3,500 plus interactions, over 2,600 survey responses, 14 facilitated discussions with 226 participants, and of course social media and getting the word out on Build Up Aurora. All of this building off of the master planning work and the touch points that we had already had with the public leading to this point and that were ongoing through last year. The survey ran from April to September, and really it was a broader survey to really hear ideas, understand key themes, and we'll show you the results of that here in a few. Over across all engagement platforms, there are really three things we heard that the public cared about. One, public safety. And this isn't just public safety in terms of police and fire service. This is also public safety in terms of transportation. So can folks safely cross the street? Do they feel safe on a bike? Do they feel safe on transit? And ensuring safe and accessible connections in the city. Also, transportation infrastructure across the board. We heard a lot on, I mentioned pedestrian crossings, safe roadways, well-maintained roads, sidewalks, traffic calming. A lot of improvements in the were put forward as needs in the transportation space. And then parks and recreation. So new parks, maintained parks, etc. So now we're going to get into the actual projects themselves. So I want to give you a quick lay of the land. I handed out a Build Up Aurora project summary. You also have this in your backup. But what each page has is a summary of the projects you're going to see on each slide. So there is a project number here listed. So if there's a question on any of them, the project numbers are there for ease of reference if you're to refer to it. But also there are scope statements for everyone. We don't have those in the presentation. They are provided here for you. We'll go through each section. I will touch on these quickly at a high level, and then we've got a lot of great subject matter experts in the room that are here today to answer your detailed questions on these projects and provide any clarity that you all are looking for. So starting with transportation, over the last 2.5 years, we've been working on connecting Aurora. This is the first transportation master plan that the city's ever had as a whole. There's been a lot of engagement, a lot of feedback sessions, and of course, technical analysis with our regional partners to inform recommendations in the plan. And this slide just shows you essentially the vision and the key principles of that plan, really with the intent that it's going to define and develop design and delivery of multimodal infrastructure in the city. Through the Connecting Aurora process, there were 800,000 touch points with our community. There was 500 open house attendees and 2,500 survey responses just on our transportation needs in the city. And as I mentioned earlier, this little bubble diagram shows the key themes of what we heard in the transportation space. Safety, safe, being the top. This slide, we have one for each section, breaks out what we heard in our facilitated conversations and then what we heard specifically on our survey results. These slides, master plan and the Build Up Aurora survey, tie directly, there's a link to the projects that are being put forward and recommended. So quickly touching on this, almost 60% of folks in the facilitated conversations shared a transportation infrastructure idea. Transportation is a top need in the city. And then I mentioned a couple of these earlier, but safe and maintained roadways, sidewalks, pedestrian safety, traffic calming, speed control, bikes, and roadway capacity because congestion is severe. So this slide shows the recommended transportation projects for our draft 10-year plan. And so going down these quickly, 13th Avenue multimodal, that is it's currently has concept designs, but it involves a 1-mile area of traffic calming and safety improvements to address needs there. ADA barrier removal. So as I mentioned, we did complete phase 1 of the ADA transition plan that really focused on curb ramps, sidewalks, pedestrian push buttons. This is a total of what is estimated for the need to provide for accessibility improvements for transportation identified in that first phase of the transition plan. Alameda Bridge over I-225, this one's been on the needs list for many, many, many years. This is to replace the bridge and then also provide needed safety improvements, signal reconstruction, sidewalk widening, etc. Complete Streets project, these are multimodal projects that involve the reconstruction of a street to accommodate additional pedestrian amenities, safe pedestrian crossings, bike lanes, to really make it what we call a complete street. Gun Club Road, this one has also been on the needs list for quite some time. We successfully received a Dr. Cog grant for design of this. It's currently under design now, but this is to reconstruct Gun Club Road into a 4-lane section and complete multimodal improvements. High priority missing sidewalks. There's a lot of sidewalk gaps across the city. Public Works has identified a prioritization model for that. This is also one we heard a lot from the public on in connecting Aurora. Intersection and traffic calming. I know this is a council request you all receive often, but there are needs to construct roundabouts in the city. Roundabouts are expensive to construct. And then also other traffic signals and signalization technology to support traffic safety. Montview Boulevard goes through our Fitzsimmons campus. That is heavily used by students. We have students crossing the road. They're crossing in a lot of different areas. And so this is to reconstruct Montview, provide wider sidewalks, a nice, safe bike travel way, as well as improve signalization. Our northwest alleys, so the city has been investing in the paving of northwest alleys for quite some time, and we are able to do only so many a year, and the 36 million referenced here is to essentially complete all of them, get them all done is the estimate there. Peoria River Sand Creek Bridge. Sand Creek Bridge is our oldest bridge in the city. It's reached its end of useful life. It needs to be replaced, but as you can see, $35 million is a costly number. And with that, the replacement would involve adding bike lanes and other safe amenities to that bridge. Gun Club Road. So another Gun Club Road project. This is for State Highway 30 from Airport to Yale. So this is completing signal upgrades, safety improvements, addressing Piccadilly Road, dual intersections. All of that is entailed in this Gun Club Road project. Signal signs and markings. We do fund a lot of this through our annual budget, but it's not enough to keep up with the needs on this. Tower Road is a proposed 4-lane roadway with sidewalk connections, and this is a key connection for Buckley. And then there's also a project to widen Tower Road as well. And then last is traffic safety and technology. These are more enhanced technology investments to address traffic safety in the city. So those are the transportation capital project needs that have been presented to the infrastructure task force, building off of what we heard from the public from Connecting Aurora, as well as on the technical side, the asset condition, age of bridges, obviously congestion, roadway demands in the city, leading to these as being a recommended need. So I will pause here on project questions. I'm going to pause after each section.
Questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
So in Connecting Aurora, in at least the visionary networks piece, there was also a lot of discussion of potential BRT networks in addition to the Colfax one. Where are we as a city looking at scoping in those projects, which I think will really expand the effectiveness of transit in our city?
For BRT, we're looking at BRT Next right now. That's a feasibility study that's in partnership with Dr. Cog and that team there. And I don't know that we have construction costs on there. So a lot of these are still in the concept stage. But this is an iterative document. We we hope to update this regularly as new information comes forward, as council comes forward with priorities. And so that is one, certainly we have the Colfax BRT going in this year, and then, looking at the East Colfax extending the extender out. That's really been the focus for the feasibility study, but yes, Connecting Aurora does reference other bus rapid transit lanes across the city and needs there that we just haven't quite developed a concept or cost quite yet.
Councilmember Bergen?
Thank you, Mayor. Just, Laura, which projects are eligible for federal grants? I know Montview,
yes.
we talked about a couple of times when we go to DC, and I thought Peoria.
Yes, so we have pursued for Peoria, there's a bridge investment program that the federal government funds every year. We have put in an application for that. We've yet to hear back on that. But we can apply Peoria, Montview. We are going to be putting in for a RAISE grant. This is the last round of the grant that the federal government's offering. This is a project of merit. That's a really great thing. That means that positions us well for reapplying for the grant. We did apply, we didn't get it. We were a project of merit, and so we're well positioned. But that is one. Also, the intersection and traffic calming, Safe Streets for All. There was a funding round for that. We put in a package. I don't know if we've heard if we've got it. Did we not get it? I'm not sure. We did not get it. Okay. So there's typically Safe Streets funding that we've been successful in pursuing. And then Alameda Bridge, we received Dr. Cog money for the design for that. So that will be ready for construction here soon. Gun Club Road is another one that I mentioned earlier. But Councilor, actually to your point, there's a lot of opportunity. It always becomes a cost-benefit analysis on federalization. When you federalize a project, it tends to cost 30% more, and it takes you a little bit longer to implement it because there's red tape, there's administrative requirements, there's bidding requirements, reporting requirements. So there's a little bit more that goes into that. But we're consistently assessing all of our projects for federal funding opportunities to make sure that we're squeezing the infrastructure funding lemon as tightly as we can to get as much juice out of it.
Yeah. And as you said, every year that we delay, the costs go up. So
correct.
Anyway, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Laura, Laura, I just thought that with our CDS spending, our congressional directed spending, we did get $250,000 for the Montview. Is that wasn't, I guess maybe I need to, is that towards this project?
Yes, it is. You are correct. That is hot off the press. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
you are correct.
I just wanted to make sure that we did get some funding for the Montview. So,
yes, we did.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Great. Transitioning now to parks, recreation, open space. Okay. So PRO's completed their master plan 3 years ago now. It's been a couple of years. But through that, PRO's had 17,000 touch points with the community, over 1,000 comments, 1,500 survey responses. Through Build Up Aurora, we also heard a lot about parks. So 40% of the conversations that community engagement held, participants put forward parks, recreation, open space ideas. There is a demand for more and larger parks and open space in the city, more and larger recreation facilities, as well as expanded. So building off of our existing ones. So this is a list of the parks capital projects. So our Aurora Center for Active Adults, this is a popular center here in the PRO system, and it's in need of modernization. It's in need of renovation for ADA upgrades, interior finishes, all of which go to support programming within the rec center. Our reservoir. So our reservoir is aging. We have picnic shelters out there. We have deteriorating trails and pavement. And those need investment to replace them, to get them upgraded and available for the public to use the reservoir. The sports parks is very popular. Tournaments, there's typically a wait list for dates. The dates fill up quickly. There's a high demand. It's very popular. And so there's 2 projects on here that touch on the sports park. A brand new sports park in the city. We hear a lot from the public about, tournaments and wanting more places to hold basketball tournaments, soccer tournaments, pickleball. So a new sports park is envisioned for a location in the city, but also our existing sports park. We have the ability to expand. The city owns land that we can build the sports park out further on, and so those are those 2 projects listed there. Parks renovations. A lot of our parks have not received a renovation in decades. And so pros took a look at all parks across the system based on age and condition and prioritize community parks and neighborhood parks that have the highest need for renovations. Some of these will trigger needing to do a new master plan, which is also an opportunity to engage with the public and hear from the public around what features would the public like to see in that park that typically is very close or in their neighborhood. Brand new master plan parks. These are, we have land dedicated for a new park in various areas of the city. Those parks require funding to build. And so these are brand new master plan parks that require funding that are listed here. A new Northeast Aurora Recreation Center. So the city closed Beck Recreation Center last year. That obviously created a programming and service gap in the community, coupled with compounding growth. We hear a lot about, as you saw on the slide, new recreational facilities, whether it's a gym or a place to play pickleball with an indoor court. And so a need for a new recreation center is on our list. I will share, PROS just released an RFP to complete a feasibility study to evaluate programming needs and where the gaps are in the city, all of which will inform what a recreation center could look like, where it could be located. So early work is happening here on this effort. Plains Conservation Center is in need of investment and replacement and renovation to, again, support obviously the age of the infrastructure, but also programming there. And then across all of our rec centers, so Moorhead Central, this is a need to address just critical building needs, mechanical, electrical, roofs, but also with that comes, I like to call it a refreshment of a space. So brightening up a space through paint, new carpet, all of which to support a strong patron experience at our recreation centers. So that is the parks list, and I'll pause here for questions and comments.
What did you mean, Laura, what did you mean on the Plains Conservation Center? You said replacement, then you said renovation.
Yes, Brian, would you like to talk about the Plains?
I can speak to that, Mayor. The Plains Conservation Center in 2019, we completed a master plan for that site that re-envisions it as what it could be and should be into the future. And it identified about $35 million worth of improvements that we need. The visitor center there is almost 45 years old, and the master plan envisions moving it into a better location on the site, as well as finishing out all the other types of amenities that could be needed there. It's a 1,200-acre site that has a lot of potential for the future.
So it's really replacement, it's not renovation?
It's pretty much going to be replacement and renovation. There's a few things that would be renovated, but yeah, mostly it's new amenities that were identified in that master planning process by the public and what we needed in that signature site for the city.
Further questions? Councilmember Wiles?
So when it comes to the sports park expansion, I just have a question. Obviously, I know where that is, used it, all those things. Have we looked from like an ROI perspective on whether or not building potentially 2 new fields and maybe a stadium that could be rented out for other things versus 4 new turf fields? Like, just in terms of like what would bring in better funding or better money? And then also, does the expansion include any more, like, stands where we could sell food? For whatever reason, our development partners, who I'm sure are listening, have completely missed the boat in providing that area with any sort of food or ability to, you know, provide things like that for all the kids that are at the sports park and the families. And so I'm just curious if we're looking at also expanding that as a way to bring more revenue in.
We have not completed the ROI analysis of pro forma, but that would be definitely a key next step. And so we'll make sure, obviously, we incorporate those things as this project progresses. Yeah, those are the right stuff to ask. Yep.
Any others?
Okay, moving right along. Libraries, arts, and culture. So, libraries and also cultural services, they completed 2 master plans. One, a library master plan, and the other is a cultural facilities, cultural services master plan for those facilities as well. What's seen here is the library master plan input. So this occurred early last year, and a lot of engagement on this master plan. So 2,700 survey responses, also engagement internally with staff. I should mention that staff have also been a strong stakeholder in all of these conversations because our infrastructure also impacts our staff, whether we're maintaining it or occupying it. It's very important. And so there was a concerted effort to involve a lot of our library staff as well as our board of trustees. This survey is from the outreach. I wanted to highlight it. Ginger White Brunetti often references that our libraries are our living rooms in our community. And I think this slide depicts that. So if you look at experiences and what folks want to see, overarchingly, folks want comfortable furniture, a quiet space. I'll use Mission Viejo as an example. Mission Viejo doesn't have enough plugs to plug in your laptops. At that time, right, technology's evolved. And there's a need now, a huge shortage there for folks to bring the laptops and work. And so this just demonstrates what we heard in terms of feedback from the community around how folks want to connect with the community, but also improve the libraries to support needs. And then our Build Up Aurora conversations. So almost half of our participants in facilitated conversations shared library, arts, and culture ideas. We did hear a lot through this conversation, I want to acknowledge, about arts and entertainment venue. There is a strong desire for new venues for arts and entertainment across the city, whether it's concerts, comedy, sporting could even flow into that as well. We have considered that a private-public partnership, where there be a private partner to help, support and partner with the city on that. And so we do not have it on the list on the next slide, but I just wanted to acknowledge it here because a lot of these comments mention an arts and entertainment venue, as well as more and improved library facilities. So going down the list here, all of our branches listed are in need of a remodel to support programming. So Central Library, we did receive a congressional earmark for that of $2.5 million, $3 million, thank you. And so we are moving forward with that project, but there is still more need across the library to invest in, including family and teen space, programming and studying areas, upgrading community rooms, etc. I do want to put an exclamation point. These needs came from the community, or what we heard through the library master planning efforts, and we're heavily informed by that. Hoffman Heights Library, it needs to expand bilingual technology and literacy support, increase family and teen space, programming areas, quiet areas. So a lot of what you all saw in the library survey for the master plan are tying to this here. Across-board library branch facility improvements, majority of all of our bathrooms need facility upgrades at our libraries. Those are heavily used every day, and so there's a lot of wear and tear, as well as improved public service areas, wayfinding, lighting, site improvements,
and other needs. I referenced Mission Viejo. This is a renovation of Mission Viejo to include increased study space. I mentioned the technology needs at that library, and improve flow of the building to support efficient operations. Talon's Reach, so this investment is to expand the library by adding enclosed study and meeting rooms, dedicated teen areas, and outdoor space. And then skipping to cultural services. So cultural services facilities also have their own master plan, as I mentioned. The Aurora Fox Courtyard, so right outside the Aurora Fox, there's a small area that's used there's a few parking spots, not many, but there's a great opportunity to activate that space, to tie in well with the Arts District and hold activities there. And so what this project proposes to do is transform that parking lot into an outdoor courtyard for performances and community gatherings to support, frankly, the overall activation of the Arts District over there. The Bicentennial Arts Center, if you have not been to Bicentennial Arts, it has one of the most beautiful vantage points in the city. Heavily high demand for arts and pottery classes there, but there are two projects envisioned at Bicentennial. One is a paddock renovation on the Vista for storage and climate control and outdoor gathering space and instructional space. And the other is a kiln yard. So doing pottery outside with a fireplace, just ways to enhance programming, which also generate revenue for the city. We do charge for classes, and so that would help address some of the demand we're seeing there. Similar to libraries, all cultural facilities require some sort of improvement, both, whether it's to replace a roof, a replacement, enhance interior spaces with lighting upgrades and performance support. The Fox itself, when you walk into the Fox, the lobby is very outdated. And that's the first experience you feel when going into the Fox. And so there's a vision in the master plan for reconfiguration of that space when you walk into the Fox that improves the arrival and intermission experience with the bathroom and the concession area there, and also would also obviously increase revenue generation as well. Meadowwood Gym, jumping down to 3K if you're following along with me. Meadowwood Gym, so we have a Meadowwood Community Center. Recreation, heavily used the center for quite some time for gymnastics classes and basketball. Gymnastics classes ended during the pandemic. They were not brought back, and so this is an underutilized space that has re-envisioned to be a cultural center to support the Aurora dance arts, but also has the opportunity to transform into a multi-purpose space as well. So not quite the arts and entertainment definition, but definitely a cultural experience in the city where folks can have gatherings and community functions on a smaller scale to support some of that demand. And then last but not least, similar to the Northeast Rec Center, there is a need for a new Northeast Library. That is the consultant for the library master plan did an assessment of service gaps across the city and where additional facilities are needed to support those services. Northeast rose to the top due to number of rooftops and development going in over there. I will say you could have a combined rec center and library. That there are models out there here, actually regionally. So that is something we could look at. But acknowledged on here as a new Northeast Library. So that is library, arts, and culture.
I think I talked to Councilmember Wiles Friday, and she's willing to forego the library.
Oh.
No, I'm in trouble. Okay, I'm just kidding. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. You can't just spring that on people. They got to get to know you better first. So I know when we had our kind of capital improvement conversation generally, it's clear that our current museum facility isn't going to be efficient to renovate for our needs. But I'm wondering, as we're looking at all of these kind of library and other cultural services, renovation and improvement opportunities, if there are ways that we can take that history of Aurora that's right now not as out in all of those facilities and find opportunities in those spaces to make sure that we're placing that out where the community can see things about our history and get a sense of what the museum has done over decades to kind of retain and understand that history.
Has there been that's a great point. Has there been an analysis at all to where that could somehow be integrated into maybe the central library or something like that? Is there just not space for that? But I think it would really raise awareness and also a number of visitors to see it, because if they're already in the library and this, it's sort of isolated on its own, and I think it's a little problematic.
Yeah, I think there's two parts. I'm gonna ask Ginger to address like collections and programming and how you guys integrate with library, but on the facility side itself for the museum, the master plan consultant for the cultural facilities master plan recommended that the city complete a feasibility study to evaluate the current museum and determine options for, expansion, and ways to carry through with historical programming and collections in the city. But do you want to talk about libraries and the integration?
Yeah, so great question, Mayor. And so currently, our Aurora History Museum staff does do outreach and utilizes our 5 other branches to showcase programs, both programs themselves as well as installations and exhibits. We also partner with Stanley Marketplace and the Aurora Town Center. So we do try to get out in the community so people don't have to just go to the History Museum to have that experience. Are there ways in which we can continue to amplify that or find other locations? Of course. In fact, we're talking to, I believe it's Fire Station 5. Is that right? Station 5. About doing, pardon?
Old Station
Old Station 5, about doing an exhibition there. So those are, we're always looking for ways in which we can, expand our reach through those kinds of partnerships.
Yeah, I notice when we have a really great change and when we have events on the Great Lawn, that they'll open up, and I see the public going, but quite frankly, when I go in there, usually it's me and one other person, and that person's the one at the desk.
Yeah, yes.
It's a little tough.
That's also what the firm identified as part of this discussion feasibility study is really think about, where can you optimize that experience, either in the existing facility or elsewhere.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Wass.
2 questions, or a question and a statement. So for the Northeast Aurora Library, and I know I've talked to Jason about it, have we looked at partnering with Anythink? Because they are the Adams County libraries, and since that's Adams County, I feel like they should chip in or provide.
So yes, I've had some conversations with our partners in Adams County. They've given me a contact. I'll be reaching out to Anythink or exactly around that. There's currently a partnership between Anythink and Thornton,
yes.
That did one. So yes, I think Anythink is open to that.
Good.
A lot of our residents in Northeast Aurora are paying the mill levy for the library district, and so we want to make sure that they're getting that return on their tax dollars.
Yeah, so that, and then the second one was going back to the imagining the facilities future. It says 17% of people want cafes or a community kitchen. And I know I received an email earlier, or a text earlier this week about the lack of cooking classes. So have we thought about using those unused kitchens where we're not offering cooking classes for whatever reason, instead to turn them into sort of community kitchens to fill that gap? Maybe they could be rented out, again, another revenue source or whatever, but just a thought.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is also an opportunity where, with pros and what they have in their rec centers and their facilities, maybe that gap can be filled, not necessarily within a library branch where we would really have to retrofit, but perhaps in facilities that have that amenity already available.
Yeah, we definitely have the opportunity to reimagine what's happening there. That was a program that was, the cooking class program was very poorly attended, very expensive to run, and we moved away from it because of that. And very few requests for it at this point, including the one you had this week. That was the first one I've had in 2 years.
I didn't even know we had them.
Yeah, we had
So,
kitchens
my
in a
bad.
couple of the rec centers, and so there's opportunities for us to reimagine the Cooks program, but we would do it gift bowls.
I'm just thinking it's an established space, like could we rent it out or use it, you know, for something, micro kitchens or, I don't know.
Councilmember Gardner?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm not sure if this is a question or comment. We'll see where I go as I talk. But I think this is all really good stuff. And what I kind of want to point out, as it specifically pertains to libraries, I'm not going to get on my soapbox, as several have heard about our really crappy funding of libraries. We're one of the lowest in the state on a per capita basis. But these are all great, and we need all these things. But that also is going to mean council is going to have to put effort into funding these programming things. And so we can remodel all the buildings we want, but if we don't have the budget, we don't give libraries the budget to introduce new programming, to expand programming, then it doesn't really matter. And you know, to me, I've really changed my perspective on libraries over the last couple of years. I think there really can be community centers. I work remotely in where our libraries work. There's a lot of different things libraries can be used for beyond just checking out books. And so I just want to, I love all the ideas, and I will hold my colleagues accountable to making sure that when these remodels and expansions happen, that we're also giving the budget to it. And that might look like creating a library district in Aurora, you know, so we have a dedicated funding source. But so comment, I guess, not a question.
Councilmember Bergen?
Yes, Mayor. I also agree with Councilmember Gardner on making sure we have the operating budget to sustain us. But earlier it was mentioned on, I think on Ward 2 Northeast Aurora, that there's a library taxing district. Also, the southern part of Aurora, we're part of the Arapahoe County Taxing Authority for libraries. So we do pay, obviously out of our budget, but then we also pay a mill levy to those. And I know that I guess we've discussed how do we get out of that, and it's pretty much impossible. Is that correct?
Yes, under state law, every other kind of special district, fire districts, other things like that, there's a prescribed process to essentially remove yourself from that district if you're in a municipality that's providing that service. That happens regularly when we annex areas and go to develop areas that are in a fire district. They just petition, say, hey, City of Aurora is going to provide this service. They're out. Nobody wants to, excuse my language, piss off a librarian. So there's no mechanism in state law to remove yourself from a library district. So we do have two areas of the city, portions of Southeast Aurora, portions of portions of Southeast Aurora are in the Arapahoe Library District, portions of Northeast Aurora are in the Anythink Library District, and under current state law, there is no way for them to remove themselves from that district. So
a state law proposal.
Yeah, so it's still taxation.
there's no legislator that wants to touch that. We've tried that. They do not want to off a librarian.
I know, so basically it's double taxation.
Well, they're not screwing a librarian, they're just taking it from that librarian to that librarian.
Well, I think it would be good to have an analysis. Well, first of all, I like Councilmember Wild's point of view that let's lean on them or work with them, since we're paying taxes into that. And I wasn't aware of Councilman Bergen's comment about Southeast Aurora. It'd be great. I think maybe at some point, I think it'd be right for a study session to show where those boundaries are and what the possibilities are of working with those, since we're paying taxes to them. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so I mean, or it could go to the committee that covers libraries, and we can then attend if we're interested. But to Councilman Gardner's point, just to put a finer point for anyone watching who's not thinking about it, specifically staffing our libraries has been a fight and a challenge in our budget conversations. And so for folks that haven't been in those budget conversations, we had really understaffed libraries, and we pushed to at least get them to the point where it was generally sustainable, but we really do need to make sure we continue that conversation, that we don't forget that our libraries also need the staff to do the things we're asking.
But utilization in some of our libraries is unfortunately low. Okay. Further questions or comments on this section? On this? Okay. Please proceed. Councilmember Deanna.
Yeah, the arts and the museum, we thought about doing something next door, right across the way, since we have a county building there. I've had conversation with them, could we utilize some of the space that they have, perhaps their parking lot or things of that nature, if we build something adjacent to that. Certainly utilize some resources for creating a district in our district.
Okay, good. Further questions or comments? Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Next, public safety. Okay. So public safety completed a master plan last year as well. And for public safety, I mentioned earlier, operations heavily drive infrastructure needs in the city. And so what this master plan entailed is looking at both our current facilities use and deficiencies, as well as growth projections and where additional infrastructure is needed to support safety services. And that was prioritized in a 10-year, 15-year, and 25-year horizon. The master plan involved a lot of facility tours. For instance, a facility condition assessment was done on all those buildings. An operational assessment was done on fire stations, police stations, all of which fed into recommendations in the master plan, coupled with, again, growth in our city and projections around that. Publicly, from the Build Up Aurora survey, again, almost half of our participants in the facilitated conversation shared public safety ideas. And then on the survey itself, we heard a lot about expanding and improving our police training center, upgrading police stations, fire stations were a common theme throughout the survey results, input on public safety staffing, response times, and enforcement in the city, and then coverage across the city as well. So for safety projects, for fire stations, a new fire station 19 that would serve the South Shore area near Smoky Hill and Powhatan. A remodel of Fire Station 2. Fire Station 2 is actually in the master plan identified as a fire station that's in one of the worst condition. So a recommendation for fire station remodel with new finishes, replacing the roof, improving building systems. Fire Station 8 would involve a new land acquisition and a new station built on that. I should mention, across the board, for new facilities, land acquisition costs are not included in these numbers. And so the city would need to identify a cost for land acquisition, pay for land acquisition. That would be an added piece to these numbers that you're seeing here. Fire station facility improvements. So I mentioned the condition assessment. There are recommended improvements at fire stations, everything from concrete repair, roof replacements, lighting, kitchen upgrades to get those facilities upgraded. Fire Station 3, a remodel of Fire Station 3 to repair deficiencies, interior finishes, roof, etc. And then also APD. Similarly to the fire stations, our district stations are in need of infrastructure investment to improve the interiors, the public interface, security, and other space improvements within those facilities. Another need is a new District Station 4 facility for an additional district patrol station to serve growth in northeast areas of the city. We, of course, need land for that as well. Next is construction of a new APD training complex, which would involve an indoor firing range, classrooms, tactical and simulator spaces, an evac track, buildings, etc. Yes.
For the chief, and that is, I know you're reorganizing the three districts, kind of going horizontal across the city. Is it necessary to have a fourth district that's reorganizing it again for a fourth district?
Yeah, Mayor, it is. Actually, again, this redistricting, it didn't just happen in a vacuum. It happened because a lot of steps were taken over the past 18 months to get to this point. we were having problems as far as response time. We were having problems without question regarding crime. Right now, we are down 23% in our crime. We are down 56% in our non-fatal shootings, the lowest it's been in 5 years. Our calls for service, again, we went from about 22 minutes in response to a call for service, emergency call. We modified policy and procedure to get that down. So we are now below 6 minutes in calls for service. The Aurora Police Department, just for the council's understanding, up to about a year ago, we're not responding code 3 to calls for service. So if you called and said, hey, I'm getting beat, my house is getting robbed, it's an in-progress call, they would not respond with lights and sirens. So we modified that to get a faster response time. Now we're below a national average with the support of communications and our partnership with them, Priority Dispatch. And so again, we are going in the right direction as far as response. Specifically to your question, what is the redistricting about? Why are we doing it? Because again, we have squozed all of those things that we could possibly do, the policy modifications, the resource staffing, the allocation of our personnel. Now with District 3, 2, and 1, how they are going to go is east to west. The reason for that is, again, call load, it's staffing inequities as far as how we respond to calls for service. All of those things come into place. So the question is, do we need 4? We absolutely need 4. Okay. Because the vision for this is going to be, we have north, central, south, and then what we're going to do, hopefully, because the geographic boundaries of what have been here historically have been in north to south. So you've had units responding all the way from Southland, all the way up north, almost to 48th Street. And again, that has been incredibly problematic for the community. It's been incredibly problematic for us. Last year, we had an officer that almost got killed. It took almost about 8 minutes for a unit to get to him. And we had witness statements during that event that said I basically thought I was watching an officer be killed. So those type of response times are completely unacceptable. That's why what we're hoping for, as the city grows, we are always looking strategically, not just at what's in front of us, but what's out in 2 to 3 years. And in 2 to 3 years, 4 or 5 years, with the growth pattern that's going on there, with the industrial that's going on based on the flight path, that's where we're hoping that we would go to a northeast, a central east, and a southeast. Long projection plans, but that's what we would hope up for District 4. Because right now we are completely understaffed. The reason for the redistricting too is that calls for service are not equitable in any way whatsoever. We see some of the commands that are handling over 40 to 50% of the calls, while other commands are handling about 20% of the calls. So the redistricting that we are doing east to west is going to basically, what we're hoping is give a call load that's about 30% at each of the different commands in each of the different areas. So do we need it? We need it, and we probably needed it about 5 years ago.
Thank you.
Keep going. Next, property and evidence campus for APD.
Sorry, we didn't really get into the training complex. So in terms of repurposing Capstick for AFR, is that for AFR training or AFR response? Just clarify that.
I'll let the chiefs.
I think it's a little bit of both. So part of that would be as we go to scope out the APD's training needs. I think the short answer is between the two of them, they're outgrowing our existing combined facility. So we've always planned for expansion at that facility. I think we have to scope this all the way out, but there's a world where you essentially expand it. APD takes their half, AFR takes their half, but I think we really ultimately, if we went forward with this, we'd want to look at our existing Capstick infrastructure, look at the needs of fire, look at the needs of police, and make sure we've got enough facilities for each of them to meet their needs. When Laura briefly touched on this earlier, we know there's needs for PD around an indoor firing range, some of those things that are in that thing, but AFR has similar needs, and we really need to figure out enough facilities for both of them as we continue to grow.
On the same site?
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
We have land out there behind it.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Keep going quick. Property and evidence. So this project is a consolidated property and evidence operations and storage facility. Next, headquarters. So headquarters. Oh,
Sorry, can I comment on that? So,
of course.
property and evidence, you guys all know, to the new council members, I think Chief will tell you that we have so many evidence lockers spread across the entire city. From a liability perspective, from a safety perspective and everything else, it'd be really nice to have that in one central building. So when we talk about that, that's the importance of that, is because we have so much evidence and other things just spread apart that'd be nice to have it in one building. And that's what that is right there, right, Chief?
Yeah, and just so you're aware, right now we have 4 different buildings that have all of our evidence that's stored and saved throughout the city. It is a huge liability risk right now. If you look at the Achilles heel in law enforcement, it's usually not use of forces and things like that. It's usually processing of evidence, maintaining of evidence, destruction of evidence, how is it done, when is it done. And again, that is really a huge issue that we face right now. So we are spread out amongst many different areas where these evidences are kept. It's challenging as far as security, it's challenging as far as maintenance. And again, to bring that into one campus so that it could all be consolidated is something that is sorely, sorely needed.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I guess my only question is, as we're looking at that, can we look at, when we're looking at land acquisition costs, capital costs, kind of combining it with some of these other pretty large capital costs and land acquisition costs that we're looking at? And I don't know if that's a you question or Jason question.
It's going to that operational piece. As we've looked at evidence, property and evidence, there's other operations that make absolute sense to co-locate with that, including our crime scene techs. Potentially, we are currently in a regional crime lab, and again, that's going well. But as we continue to grow, one could see that it might, right now we're spending a lot of time and effort transporting from those multiple locations. So if we were to build a centralized campus, there are things that you would want to co-locate on it. So yes, there is that possibility. That'll be part of the analysis.
That would be the best fit. Right now, it's very decentralized. You have officers that have to respond from all over the city to deposit property, or we have people going out and picking it up. The maintenance, to me, is the biggest issue that we have. Again, really challenging as far as security issues on those. So being able to have that under one campus, having it close to where our detective personnel, our investigatives, could have that access to it for court transportation. Again, these are alternatives that we do want to look at and definitely want to focus on.
Do you see?
Absolutely, and I know we've been having the evidence conversation for a long time, so no question about the need whatsoever, just thinking about how we create some efficiencies when we're looking at the how.
Yes.
Do you see a point where we have our own forensic lab?
That's what I would hope. I think we're there. I think it's time. From 2016, when the UFL, and for everybody who doesn't know, the UFL is a joint lab between Douglas, Arapahoe, and Aurora PD. It has its very positive points, but it also has its true challenges based upon what we are doing as far as investigative, based upon what we are doing as far as crime management, and what we are doing specifically into crime resolution. Being able to have that opportunity to someday consolidate all that under one umbrella, that is the goal, what I would imagine, for a major city police department. And that's what I sometimes think gets forgotten, is that this is a major city police department. Basically, all the infrastructure that the department now has is all outdated. It all came from various sources, none of it which were ever built to be specifically for law enforcement. So we have headquarters, which used to be an old jail. District 1 was an old military base. District 2 is an old bank. District 3 is one floor of a multi-purpose building. So being able to have resources and actually facilitate this, I think it brings validity to the department, to the organization, and it also, without question, is going to help the strategic impact of crime and victimization in the city of Aurora.
Thank you.
Chief, while you're on it, can you talk about the special operations building?
Yeah, special operations, again, that would house our investigators, it would house our canine operators, it would also house our special weapons and tactics team. Again, like so many of the other structures, right now it is up off of Nome in an old warehouse building that was once, I think, water treatment plant. We have had luck as far as refurbishing it, putting up our own fencing structure for it. But again, that is a high risk, huge impact as far as litigation issues related to that entity and that unit, and making sure that they have the logistics, the equipment, and the facility to effectively train, to effectively deploy, to effectively work is paramount, and it is a long-term strategic plan to avoid issues that arose from the consent decree, issues that arose in contact, and issues that can arise as far as our crime fighting strategy.
Okay, and so to end public safety, Aurora 911, current facility is in Talon's Reach. There are architectural deficiencies in that building, some need for investment for interior finishes and enhancements there, as well as a long-term solution for Aurora 911 to support the public safety technology ecosystem, ensure continued operations, and eliminate single points of failure. And infrastructure facilities can help do that. Next, the city-owned impound lot and support buildings on 26 acres. And then last is a real-time operations center that combines emergency dispatch with Aurora 911, Access Aurora Emergency Management, our traffic management center. So a one-stop shop for real-time crime operations, traffic operations, et cetera.
And Laura, going back, when we talked about the city-owned impound lot too, I think the chief will say most major police departments have their own impound lot because it does, I know we don't like making money, but it is one of those items that we are sending a lot of money out because it's having third-party operators where we could do a lot more if we had our own impound lot. But the biggest expense is the land and the building use, and because you gotta have the land to park the cars, but that's right, I mean,
It's a challenge being under a third party because they basically control what occurs and what doesn't occur on their property. And if you go out there now, it's really challenging because there's an allocated area for Aurora Police Department trying to maintain our vehicles. Again, many vehicles are held for evidence, not being able to have the opportunity to put them in different areas, different environments. It's been a challenge without question. And it also is so personality driven based upon the person that actually controls the lot, as opposed to having oversight and control of it yourself.
Okay, good point.
I have a question.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Councilmember Bergen?
Yeah, actually, my question was about the impound lot because we've talked about this for goodness, at least 6 years, maybe 7. Has a study been done? I think we actually asked years ago for a study to do an analysis of purchasing land, obviously staffing, operation costs. So has the study been done to analyze, I mean, I know there's the cost on there, but offset by revenues?
Yes, and just to be clear, I love attorneys, but sometimes attorneys confuse revenue for profit. Yes, we will bring in revenue associated with the operations.
I didn't say we'd be making money. I said we'd be
all right, we would. Firefighters are the only one worse than them. Sorry, Chief. Again, let's not mistake revenue for profit. But yes, we did the analysis. It was requested a number of years ago by former Councilmember Marcano. We did that. We provided it to him. When Councilmember Zvonek on, we provided it to him. So we've gone over it.
It was requested before Marcano as well.
We provided the results of the study, it is highly dependent on a number of factors, including, how much you're towing, what are you charging for towing, are you charging people for storage and things like that. So you would be doing well to do a break even on the operations. The capital cost and funding the capital cost is your biggest thing. So if you were to do some kind of bond-funded capital project, yes, the operations would probably at a point where you would be able to not have any additional operating costs. You would be able to cover your costs with revenue, assuming some charges, some other things like that. But we've obviously heard on council, there are concerns about charging victims of crime for towing, for storage. So you have to make some assumptions about what you're going to do in those cases.
And could I do a follow-up? Could we not just do an impound, like not an entire impound lot, that it would just sort of strictly like stolen vehicles, that type of thing, versus just your car got towed because you didn't pay your fees or something?
It's the same lot.
I think you might change the scope and scale. I think it still has a lot of the same things. In that case, if you're doing it just for stolen vehicles, you would not incur any current revenue under the current direction I have from council. So, you would have a net cost on that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just, again, kind of highlighting on this one, the chief noted, not having control over it, just kind of customer service and accountability issues that we do hear about from the community. So I think this is kind of a win-win for operations and for community kind of customer service in this area.
Further questions on this section? Okay, please proceed.
Okay, last one. Other city facilities. So a few projects here for courts. So there are needs at our courthouse for improvements to security, surveillance systems, sidewalks, and other infrastructure needs across the courthouse. Next, we are currently in design for an entrance security upgrade project. And the number of 2.3 million is the cost to construct the entrance project. And this will improve sight lines, threat detection, and reduce safety risk for the public as well as judges and staff within the courthouse. And then our detention center has needs as well, both deferred maintenance, replacement costs that were identified in a condition assessment that was completed on the detention center. Next, ADA city facility improvements. So this is the placeholder for the facility assessments that I talked to you about earlier through our transition plan. So as the city progresses through that process, I mentioned this plan is iterative. We're going to continue to update this. That TBD will be informed by the completion of those assessments. Future animal shelter. So we're currently building a new animal shelter. The cities continue to experience a lot of growth, and so this is a placeholder for the future, where we would come probably post 2030, reassess the capacity at the new animal shelter, and identify the potential for additional dog kennel space to keep up with demands and needs to house our animals. Next, the Aurora Day Resource Center decommissioning. So with the opening of the navigation campus, this building is now vacant. And so the city is in a position to decommission the facility, and an assessment and evaluation of the future use and needs for that facility will be evaluated and be brought forward to council. The $1 million referenced there is the amount currently estimated to decommission.
There's asbestos in the building.
Yes.
You can't turn a spoonful of dirt on the Fitzsimmons campus and not hit asbestos. So knocking down a building really doesn't cost $1 million unless you don't want to violate the EPA and take care of all the asbestos. So it's going to cost $1 million. That's based off of when we knocked down the old training academy. We know this. So again, some folks might think $1 million to knock down a building. It's hazardous material.
This building that we're sitting in now, our Aurora Municipal Center, is aging quickly, and our facility condition assessment has identified about $42 million in need in replacement costs for the assets within this building itself. And so this, again, is an assortment of things: our backup generator, our parking lot resurfacing, carpet, an assortment of various asset needs across this building. The navigation campus, you'll hear a more thorough presentation on this here in a few, but the city is responsible for capital replacement of the assets at the navigation center, and we are completing a facility condition assessment on that building now that we've completed construction, and we'll have an estimate around the replacement needs for those assets within that building, which is why that number is TBD, but this is a placeholder for replacement needs that the city will need to plan for. Next are our facilities. So central, northeast, northeast and southeast are new facilities. I use the example of snow plows and maintaining our city. And with a growing city, we have an obligation to maintain it as well, and obviously need facilities to support our staff in achieving that objective. And our existing facilities are in great need of investment to support our staff, to support our operations, and ensure that we're doing completing our operations effectively and efficiently as possible. And so several projects on here for existing facilities include expansions and renovations. And then, as I mentioned, 2 new maintenance facilities are needed, both one in the northeast as well as an expansion of our southeast Aurora maintenance campus. So that is other city facilities. Questions? Okay.
Any other questions?
So, this is a fiscally unconstrained plan, which totals $1.9 billion in identified needs. As you remember, I walked you through the life of a capital project. There are phases that can be completed on some of these projects. There is land that can be acquired to start some of these projects that align with financial availability and funding availability to complete these projects. The city does not have enough money to complete $1.9 billion worth of work. And so to help the effort of our infrastructure task force, what we'd like to do is take the list of projects for each of the areas out to the public, to hear from the public what matters most to them. So these projects aren't prioritized. There's no ranking on here. They're in alphabetical order. We really want to hear from them authentically what matters most to you. Here's what we heard. Here's what we've identified as the needs through master planning efforts, through technical experience, through asset condition, and really authentically understand what values on this list they have. And so the timeline here for how that will occur, here we are today. Today, we want your feedback on these projects. We want anything we missed, obviously. We've had a great dialogue. Thank you for your engagement on that. But we'd love to take these projects out. We have ranking roundups scheduled here coming up soon this month. And so the plan will be to walk the public through each of these projects in a little bit more detail than I did for you today, because we have all of them today, but really engage them in, again, what matters most to them. And bring that back to our infrastructure task force, who would meet in March, have a conversation about what we heard from the public, and then go back out again in March and April. Again, to ensure we have a community-informed and technically sound capital plan for the city that would then come back to the infrastructure task force to formulate recommendations that will come back to you all at the May 9th spring workshop. And those recommendations will include a potential bond package, as well as financial resources and a financial recommendation on how we can pay for the top priorities that we hear from the public and that matter most to the city.
To put a finer point on that, and Laura said this before, when we're talking about going to a bond question for this November, potential bond question or questions, I love my directors, I love my chiefs, don't really care what they think should go on that ballot. Quite frankly, doesn't matter what I think should go on that ballot. You're really brutal, doesn't matter what you all think should go on that ballot. This has to be voter informed. This has to be, we want to put on that question what we know voters will vote yes for. What they're saying, hey, this is important, I'm willing to tax myself for it, and we trust the city to construct these projects. That's where we need to get. We need your help helping us get that. So we'll be doing all this engagement. We will also be doing statistically valid polling around that so that we're getting good information to inform these decisions. So give us your feedback, give us your thoughts. We want to hear from that public. We really do, again, with that ultimate goal of, doesn't matter what I think is important. What matters ultimately is what will voters vote for? What are they willing to tax themselves for? And trust us to construct. Understanding that time frame that these bonds are going to be, we're going to construct those projects over the next 6 to 7 years, right? We really want to be, that's the window that will be issued, that, we hopefully we get authorization in November. We would then implement a bond program with the idea that whatever we're authorized to do, we're going to construct over the next 6 to 7 years and bring those projects to bear. So that's the other reason. Even if the public was like, yep, go do all 1.9 billion, we can't construct 1.9 billion. We don't have enough capacity in the city. There would just be too much going on. So as we narrow that down, both from an affordability standpoint, there's just also project delivery. So that's all going to feed into there. I'll be the bad guy again. Just say it, like, again, doesn't matter what I think, but help us get that public input and get there to what does consensus look like? What will they vote for? Councilmember Lawson.
Okay, now that we don't matter.
I don't matter either, sir.
No, just kidding. But HR does have some therapy set up for your self-esteem. Okay, oh, Councilmember Lawson.
So, yeah, and I understand that we don't matter, and I'm not
You said it. I did, didn't I? You said it.
I guess a good example, I mean, I think it's good that we're going out to the public to get their input. You know, everyone's going to have a different perspective what's important. But I do think that when we're not Colorado Springs, but when they passed 2C, they were very, very specific about this is what these road improvement projects are going to do. Widening the sidewalks, fixing the roads. And voters were very because my parents were they don't really like to pay taxes, but they're all for this 2C and renewing it. So when Mayor Suthers presented this, the campaign was good. They sold the constituents on the benefits. And if you go down to Colorado Springs, you'll see a lot of improvements. So I really think going out, but how the marketing is going to be, the importance of specific projects and what this is going to do in a growing city is going to be very important. I know as I'm looking at this and voting as well, I'm not going to, there might be some things on this list I'm like, well, I'm not really going to be for that, but I'm looking for the infrastructure, the grid, there's certain things I'm going to look at as a taxpayer if I decide to vote on this. So I just wanted to just bring that up. Not saying that it's important or it's important or unimportant.
Mayor, could I respond to that?
Councilmember Gardner, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about kind of how we got from there to here, and I think it addresses a lot of what Councilmember Lawson is talking about. We haven't increased sales taxes, I believe, since 1991. 93. And we've tried a couple times. It's interesting that the Alameda overchange is on there because that was a project that we went and tried to extend in the past and it failed. There's been a lot of different reasons why those things have been done and failed. In a lot of cases, we started too late. It was, July before the November election. Let's throw something on the ballot. We didn't identify projects, to Councilmember Lawson's point. And so there's been a lot of different reasons why those efforts have failed. The last one was marketing. We, this time around, have hired two very well-known groups that have done a lot of these bond packages, Sewell, Hamfling, and 76 Group. They've had a lot of success over decades, passing similar measures in other cities. But also, kind of going to what I was talking about at the beginning, we've done by the time we're done, it'll be a 2-year plus process of both engagement, internal, external, polling, all of the above to really get to a point where we can get something that can pass the voters, because I think Jason's right. Our opinions don't really matter. There's no moral victories here. If we go to the ballot and lose, the projects don't get done. And that's not to mean we should be irresponsible and pick projects we don't need, but I think we can all see from the list of 1.8 billion, there's lots and lots of needs in this city. And what are our total fund sources, Greg? 1.3 billion?
Yeah.
So if every penny got put towards this list, we still wouldn't check it all off. And so we're going to have to be really smart both about what the city truly needs, but also what our voters are going to be open to doing, because they haven't in the past been willing to go along with sales tax increases. So
Very good point. Thank you for your leadership on that. And Councilmember Bergen for your leadership as well. Let me just say, Aurora's not Denver. And Aurora voters are tough when it comes to any tax increase. And Denver passed anything, but Aurora is going to take some work, as Councilmember Gardner said. Any other further questions or comments on this section?
Mayor.
Councilmember Bergen.
Thank you. Yeah, just in agreement with Councilmember Gardner and Councilmember Lawson on those points. It is also important that whatever priorities are put out there on the ballot question, that it does represent the entire city, because I think sometimes things fail when you just concentrate on one area, and voters that are, that are active voters may feel that they are not going to be in support of something that doesn't benefit them. So I think that's an important point to make as well as we move forward.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Laura?
So this is our meetings this month. You should have these on your calendars. And I wanted to note that if someone's not able to make, say, one of the transportation meetings or the parks meeting, we are going to have a survey on Engage Aurora for folks to fill out to make sure we're being as inclusive as possible. We're also filming all of these meetings, and we'll be posting them online. So we're putting a lot of resources to make sure that we're getting every voice, and would welcome council's support in getting the word out, as well as seeing you at each of the meetings.
Great.
And that concludes. If you could indulge me for just a sec, I do want to extend a thank you. It takes a village to have an initiative like this, and almost every person sitting in this room has touched this list in some way. Hours and hours of staff time, Jesse Byrne and his team, Todd Councilman, who's not here today, Julie Patterson, Kim Stewart, the names go on. This has been a huge builder in the city, for the city family as well, coming together, working on this initiative. And so I wanted to say thanks to everyone who's sitting here in this room, because there's been a lot of great work that's gone into this.
You matter to Laura, not me, sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And I would just like to thank as well Councilmember Gardner and Councilmember Bergen for dedicating a lot of extra time of theirs to make this a successful effort as well, and co-chairing the committee.
All right. Further questions or comments? Thanks. Okay.
We're a little over. We've got lunch waiting. Mayor, if you want to take a 20 minutes, and we can have maybe a working lunch, and folks want to grab lunch, we'll start again at 1.
Okay.
All right.
driving. Driving in the car. I'm driving. I'm driving. Driving in the car. I'm driving.
Anything libraries that are super, they're way more wellness library, a lot more focused on like maker space.
I mean, books are so important, but like all the other stuff.
Well, and that's kind of why I wanted them to look into a rec center combo with the library, because I'm like, that potentially you could let, you know, study, yeah, same, you know, obviously.
Well done.
So where they go, it's in a.
When is Pride? June, right?
And you can rent it out and work at it, and then you can like do Teams meetings and stuff, because you can't hear outside of them, like things like that, I think. Maybe it's the story first part. But we need to figure out southeast and northeast.
So maybe you do both.
We could do like, as part of this,
I have a legislation meeting.
collaboration with Denver, when they do that Saturday stuff.
Yeah.
They're part of the big Pride. We could like get out on.
Let's get going.
That's your process.
All right, Jessica Presser, Director of Housing and Community Services. I'm joined by Stephanie Kuiper, Manager of Homelessness. We are here to just give you a quick update on the Navigation Campus. Many of you have asked questions about kind of how it's going. We are about 9 weeks in or so, almost 3 months in to having opened it. And so we're here to just give you a little background, especially for the new council members. We'll go through that quickly, and then a little bit of update on operations, construction, some of the grievance processes, feedback we're hearing, and some of our communications plans moving forward, as well as some success stories, which is exciting. So just by way of background, we have been on this journey to create the Navigation Campus for almost 4 years now, from the time of inception of just we need more indoor shelter in Aurora to getting this project open. So I won't read through all of this, but kind of the background on putting the funding stack together. This was a competitive process to choose Advance as the operator. We spent a long time with an RFP process, and as well as putting together the operator agreement, almost 6 months of negotiations around that as well. So that was kind of the timeline. Again, just the capital funding stack for both purchase of the building as well as renovation, with the different partners that participated, both ARPA funds, HUD funds, and there was not general fund dollars that went into the renovations. And so we're still working on renovations. We're nearing the end, and we'll do that. Just a few highlights of the current operator agreement. Like I just mentioned, we did an RFP. We did take time to look around the country at other facilities similar, glean some best practices, put those into the request for proposal for requirements. Our application panel included our county partners and state partners, as well as Metro Denver Homeless Initiative to select Advance out of a pool of about 4 different folks. A couple of them backed out along the way. The document includes responsibilities related to daily maintenance, physical maintenance of the facility, with sort of breakdowns of thresholds where Advance is currently responsible for sort of the day-to-day maintenance of things. Larger capital investments like roof and HVAC systems would be the responsibility of the city per the operator agreement. It is a 3-year agreement with options for 2 renewals. And so the city's responsible right now for repairs above $10,000, and Advance is responsible for repairs under $10,000 up to $200,000. So we're looking at that. We're also looking at processes and things like that, of how we do work orders and things like that. Public Works has been really helpful in just figuring out systems and processes for when something is going wrong. And Advance does have an on-site maintenance person right now over on-site with quite a bit of experience. A lot of you have asked about reporting and accountability for Advance. This is just a list of things of
the types of reports they're required to provide to the city as part of the operator agreement and sort of the cadence of when they will be providing those reports. We already have them scheduled in for 3 different HORNS meetings this year following each quarterly report. Obviously, the HORNS committee can make the determination to elevate those to study session if you all feel like you want those to be shared out. But either way, council will get all of those reports. There's performance measures built into those reports, as you can see, kind of program outcomes, number of people being served, number of people getting housed, number of people getting into more of the other self-sufficiency programs, substance abuse, mental health programs, and things like that. We're also tracking, which you'll see here in a couple of slides, the Good Neighbor Agreement. So these are the grievances against the facility. We had in addition to the operator agreement, a Good Neighbor Agreement, which they signed to maintain cleanliness and not impact the surrounding neighborhood. So these are the types of sort of data coming out of the reports that we're expecting, and we do have those slated in for the year. In terms of construction updates, the last time we were at council a few weeks ago, we were having a major plumbing issue. That's been fixed for Tier 1 and Tier 2. Those bathrooms are available. All the construction we intend to have done by the end of February. There's still some remaining things related to the pet kennel and some state inspections happening there. And then long term, we know that we're looking at things like the outdoor recreation area for folks that have had a complaint or seen people hanging out outside. People experiencing homelessness want to spend time outside. We've had a warm winter. That's going to affect your mental health, and it's good to get fresh air. So we're not saying people have to stay inside, but the facility is open 24/7, and we are seeing several hundred people, like up to 200 people in the day center during the day. So whenever we're over there, there are people inside and there are people outside, so we want to make sure there's high quality outdoor space. Those will come following on. For example, some of the funding that we got from the city of Centennial will go to the outdoor space. So we're currently building out scopes of work and budget and getting that implemented now, as well as later term things like the medical facility in there and respite beds. So I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie to just talk a little bit about the operations and the grievance piece.
So a quick recap, we have the Navigation and Day Center at the ARNC. The Day Center is the area when you go through security. It's the large atrium that's there. Clients and guests can go just to hang out, get outside. But within that Day Center, they also have a pergola, if you see it, and that's what they consider their resource desk. This is the area that clients can go to sign up for showers, to sign up for case management. Within that day center, the staff at Advance are also making announcements about groups that are going on. There's a clothing closet also in the day center. And then we also have Stride there 5 days a week. Advance has that MOU with them, so they're there 5 days a week on site in the day center to provide medical needs for clients as well. Then there's the Navigation Center. This has 4 training rooms and then 10 cubicles in it. This is where we're going to see those MOU partners coming in to meet with clients and then to provide training as well. So this is something that has started, and then I think we will see more activity as Advance is continuing to gather more MOUs with additional partners. So as of the end of December 31, Advance had 10 guests that were enrolled in their WorkBridge affiliate program. This is one of their internal workforce programs where guests can help to keep the inside and the outside of the facility clean and work towards those maintenance skills for later job opportunities. They have had 94 guests that have been engaged in case management services at the ARNC. They've had 258 programming groups. Those are things from different certificate trainings to AA and NA meetings. So it's a wide variety of groups that are being put on. They have had over 1,000 different individuals that have checked into the day center since they've opened to December 31. And Advance has served over 55,000 meals, including breakfast, lunch, and dinner to guests as well. So here's a list of the current partners that are on site for Advanced Pathway that they have current MOUs with. I won't go through them all, but you'll see a mixture of different MOUs from healthcare like Stride to DMV to Go, which is where clients then can get their driver's license, birth certificates, get their vital docs that they need for that stability, as well as you'll see workforce partners in here, such as the CHEF, which is a culinary workforce where people can gain those different types of skills. Advance is, like I said, working on additional MOUs. One of the things that they are looking for too is additional healthcare providers to come on site. So they're really targeting that to help. Next, I want to talk a little bit about the sheltering. So it is a 3-tier shelter. The first tier is going to be a congregate shelter, low barrier, so there's very minimal rules to no rules to being there. The second is semi-congregate. For that, you have to be engaged in case management. And then the third tier is a transitional living program. So that is for people who are sober and then also have an income. So I want to highlight here some of the numbers that we're seeing come out of the ARNC. The old facility that we had held about 100 people was our max capacity. So in November, you can see they had an average of 159 people staying the night in Tier 1. Tier 2 and Tier 3 were closed at that time. Then in December, they were able to start opening up towards the end of the month, Tier 2 and Tier 3. So they had 264 on average a night in December for Tier 1, 10 people on average a night for Tier 2, and then 5 people on average in Tier 3. I did put in some preliminary numbers for January as well, so we can continue to just see what's happening there and the engagement that's happening. Their numbers are continuing to go upward overall. We are looking at an average of 280 people a night in Tier 1, 46 in Tier 2, so we're seeing more of those people get engaged with case management and be able to move up in tiers. And then Tier 3 had an average of 4 people. So right now we are sheltering about 300 plus people on average a night, again, where the old shelter could only shelter about 100. So we've about tripled already our capacity in the city of Aurora. So how does Advance get feedback, and how can guests, community members reach out when they want to give that feedback? So Advance does have grievance forms inside their facility that guests can fill out, and then a member of their management will follow up with them. They can also fill it out anonymously if guests do not want to put their name or contact information on it, but any anonymous, we won't be able to follow up directly with the guest, then our Advance will not be able to follow up directly with the guest. There's also the Good Neighbor email. So Jessica had mentioned earlier that we have the Good Neighbor agreements. Part of that is this email where guests, community members, neighbors of the ARNC can email in anything that they're seeing and they're having concerns around. So that is highlighted here. Feel free to utilize it. Feel free to give that email out. We are tracking the emails as well that are coming into that to be able to help work through some of the kinks that we're seeing. Advance also has a nightly town hall. So once they're done with checking in for overnight, their staff are holding town halls with the guests that are staying there so that guests can give feedback to the staff there in person if they'd like, and then also Advance can kind of go over and help explain any questions that they have or clarity that they may need about programming. So what's some of the feedback that we've heard so far and that Advance has heard so far? Some of the guest concerns that Advance has gotten is security using a wand at entry coming into the facility, some stolen medication, a client had her medicine stolen, there was some food allergies that needed accommodations, a greater need for case management, and Advance is currently hiring case managers. And then also there was a request for senior-specific resources at the ARNC. And then some positive feedback that Advance has received so far is that guests have said they can finally sleep at night. Also, another guest had talked about she's now able to get consistent medical treatment now that she has somewhere that she can stay every night, and that has enabled her to have a chance to heal physically. So once we have this feedback and Advance has this feedback, what is happening to address it? So Advance and the City of Aurora meet on a weekly basis to go over and discuss any issues and concerns that we're seeing and that have arisen, and then to be able to problem solve how to work through those. And then the city and Advance are also meeting with local APD as well as Denver PD and business owners nearby. So some of these meetings we've already had, some of them are scheduled out on our calendar, but we're doing that as well. And then Advance is responsible for following up on all client grievances or guest grievances and the nightly town hall feedback that they're receiving. I did want to let you guys know as council and mayor that if you guys are receiving concerns from constituents, please feel free to reach out to me directly as well. I have put my email up here, so feel free to reach out to me, and then I can make sure that we're adding it to our agendas to follow up with Advance, or that I'm getting it to the appropriate person as needed. Some operational changes we've made since we've gotten this feedback, or that Advance has made since they've gotten the feedback. So we know that we've gotten feedback about the people outside the gate hanging out and loitering. So for that, Advance is now sending staff outside the gates. Their case managers are going out to talk to the clients and the guests that are outside the gate, encourage them to come inside and utilize services there. In addition, part of that internal workforce program that Advance has, those folks are going outside and helping to clean up the debris and the trash. So Advance is doing that as well to help with that. Advance is also looking, like I mentioned, to get additional medical support. We've seen a lot of low acuity calls coming in, so problem solving around that. The city of Aurora will be doing weekly abatements for the next several weeks as well, along 40th to help. And then we are also working through analyzing some calls from service, from PD, as well as from Aurora 911, including looking at possibly policies that we can integrate into Advance's programming to help with those call trends that we're seeing over to the campus.
We've heard from businesses are there's trash, there's debris, there's other things. So we're going to be going out to do those kind of abatements along the 40th Avenue. So that's something we've heard.
Correct, yes. Yeah.
Did not want there to be confusion. I saw when you said abatements, I saw some people go, huh? So it's trash, debris, those type of abatements.
Yes, yeah, so we had our Thursday, we went out and we have a contractor, Keeson, who goes along with us. They were able to clear some of the debris that was outside of the ARNC and then along 40th. So operations that we are expecting to still be implemented. Like I mentioned, Advance is continuing to hire staff. They are looking at hiring at least 2 additional case managers, a supervisor, and then an operations manager. Advance is also currently offering limited transportation. At the moment, the long-term goal that we want to see implemented, and that will be implemented, is planned stops throughout Aurora. At this time, though, they are targeting things like MAT appointments for guests, medical appointments, and then making sure that guests can get their vital documents, so bringing them to things like the Social Security office and the DMV. So they're a little bit constricted right now in their operations and transportation, but we will see that expand over time. And then we will have the pet kennels open once the construction is done there. As Jessica mentioned, we are working through and need some inspections from the state license to open that, but once those are done, we'll have that. And then Advance will continue to implement MOUs to get more service providers on site with clients. So Jessica and I were able to provide a little bit of an update today, but how are we going to continue keeping you as City Council as well as the public informed of what's happening and what's going on? So Advanced leadership will attend the Housing Neighborhood Services and Redevelopment, or HORNS policy, once a quarter. So they'll do that after their quarterly reporting so that they can come to the HORNS policy and talk about what's happening. In addition, we can have them come to a study session at least twice this year so that they are in front of full council and everyone can hear that as well. And then Advance and the City of Aurora are currently working together to design a communication plan and to update media on what's happening at the campus, including highlighting some positive stories and positive outcomes that we are seeing.
So true.
And then again, I am happy to give anyone updates or briefings on council that may want one. So here's my email again. Feel free to reach out to me if you want to meet one-on-one, and I'm happy to provide any updates. I'm not going to read this whole success story for you guys because it is long, but it should be in your backup if you'd like to go through and read it. But this just highlights a guest that came to Advanced Pathways. They came with very little after losing their job. They came in with little, like I said, and they started to volunteer and just kind of clean up, and they really started to get integrated into Advanced Pathways and their programming. So as they began to volunteer, they then engaged in case management, and then they were able to make a goal plan with their case manager of what they wanted to do. They were one of the first participants that were able to transition from the congregate shelter into Tier 2 after being engaged with their case manager and making a goal plan. They then joined Advance's internal workforce development, and they're now doing that, and they were able to transition into Tier 3 as well. And so they are now in Advance's workforce development in Tier 3 and continuing their work with their case manager. Any questions?
Yeah, well, maybe more of a comment though for, Councilmember Horton, go ahead and go.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, going back to the feedback, is there any numbers about how many grievances that have been received? Besides like the consistent themes that have been shared, right? Like, are there just any hard numbers for us to know, and how that correlates with the amount of folks coming in through the doors?
Yes, so we know that the Good Neighborhood Agreement email has received about 8 emails so far. So not as many as I would have anticipated for a newer building. And then do we have a number on the hard forms?
And then the grievance forms were less than 10 according to Advance. So I think, some folks are using the formal processes. We want to try to drive them there so we can collect data and see trends and hold them accountable. I know you all have heard things. I know we have heard things. When we're hearing things or Advance is hearing things, we're putting them into the system so we can track the numbers as well. So some of those 8 that came in through the Good Neighbor are things that maybe came directly to an Advance staff member and they put it into the email address just so we can keep them all in one place.
And then my second question is, are those available in multiple languages?
So the email address, people could write in a different language and we would be able to translate that if they needed to. Yeah, and we can ask about the forms. It's a good comment, so we'll follow up on that in a bit.
So I know, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just following up on that, are they only online forms for the grievance, or is there a paper form that folks need?
So the online is the email address, which anybody could fill out, and then there's physical paper forms in about 3 different places throughout the facility, and they're letting folks know they're there at those nightly town halls. There's also signage there as well, and it's a drop box, so you don't have to physically hand it to a staff member, so it has that kind of anonymity with it.
Okay.
Yeah. So, a couple of points. This building was not in good condition. And I don't know to what extent we analyzed the building prior to purchasing it, but it has major problems. And it has hurt the program. And what has further hurt the program is an agreement with the operator in terms of maintaining the building at a certain level. I got it, we have caps and things like that, but they're expected to have certain levels of expertise on site that, in looking at the RFP in terms of why we selected them, they just don't have that capability. And that is really, you mentioned there the 2 case managers. That process has been, hiring those people has been delayed because of their maintenance responsibilities and the resources and time that they've allocated towards maintenance. So we have, when they were at the Aurora Day Resource Center and their predecessors were there, the contract we had for them with those operators was just that they were responsible for cleaning, the costs associated with cleaning the building. And there were no other maintenance responsibilities. Now we've layered maintenance responsibilities on them that they really are not capable, that is incredibly inefficient. And it's really, they need more case managers than they needed them some time ago. And there are too many people in Tier 1, actually, I think beyond the capacity of Tier 1, that because of the not having sufficient case managers have not progressed to tier 2, where we have excess capacity in tier 2. But the building is not in good shape. And so, talked to Councilmember Andrews, who's been involved in it with me, and we were going to go up and we're going to talk to the operator. But I think that, quite frankly, to get this program where it needs to be, well, I mean, the maintenance issues are fairly significant. But to get it on track, I think we're going to need to take a look at the agreement with them and align it to the agreements that we've historically had with operators dealing with homelessness issues. We're going to have to take over responsibility for this, for the condition of this building outside of cleanliness. And in addition, issue, I understand that, Chief, I don't know if this is, I guess this is, going to be a D1 issue. Right now, I think it's in D2. But I understand that APD is concerned about some lighting issues in the back of the building.
Yeah, we're looking at environmental issues there. I can give you kind of an idea of what we're doing up there if you want to hear that. We did a snapshot of what our call load was for a month period. We had 141 calls. Our response time was 2 minutes. Our average time on scene was 45 minutes, with our longest one going up to 7 hours. Those calls that came out of it, we had 30 that were mental health, 15 that were suicidal, 11 that were alcohol or drugs. We had 15 that were fire needs police, 12 that were welfare checks, and 8 were threatening suicide. The biggest issues we're having now is, again, bringing some stability in there. So we're actually putting officers in there where they are there more to mentor the security and the staff than they are to be proactive as far as the policing component. Because we hope we can bring something, because what we're finding as well, and you see this a lot in the homeless population, we have what is known as a super user. And so we have one individual who is called 22 times. Another individual, we have their names, we have each time they called. And so again, if we can focus on those and do preventative and an intervention component to try to get them at a level that's in a peaceful place, that's what we're hoping to do. We are going to continually audit this and validate or verify how many calls for service we have, how those calls are, and where can we increase that relationship with the providers, and then also increase it with the security. On the exterior, that is without question something we are navigating right now. And you mentioned it, Jessica, a lot of people coming out in and around the yards. We are focused on that. We have meetings with the hotel staff on the south side of 40 next week, where we are going to talk about that and make sure that they know. But I think the biggest thing for us from the law enforcement component, when we stepped into this, we knew that we were dealing with a complex community, and we understood that. And so again, I think the fact that this is starting out, whether it's Union Rescue Mission or whether it's the Aurora Outreach Center, again, there's going to be things that we have to navigate and get better at. So we are actively and proactively taking those steps because, again, the 300 that are housed there, I'd rather have them housed there than housed under a bridge.
Good. Well, so I think 2 issues that I'll be working on. Number 1, I think with staff and with the operator on the immediate maintenance concerns. And then the second is looking at the agreement and looking at some potential revisions in the agreement to, I think, align what our expectations have historically been versus what was really, in my view, a fairly significant change in terms of the relationship between the city and an operator. Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, I'm
yeah, sorry, Councilmember Bergen's been waiting.
Councilmember Bergen.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to Advance Pathways and to our staff. This is pretty remarkable coming from where we were. And you mentioned 300 plus sheltering, where before we could only do 100, and then that you have people in the tier 2, and then I guess into tier 3. I mean, that is great, and this is new for us. I mean, we have not had this kind of set up before. And I'm also thankful for the quarterly reports. We also used to not gather all that data on performance metrics, the outcomes, how many people are served, versus how many are housed. So I think that's all great information. Where I have a concern is that we are spending taxpayer dollars, over $2 million, I can't even remember what the amount is, per year on operating costs. And so my question is, if we have increased and tripled the amount of people that are using this facility, obviously Arapahoe County and Adams County and the state contributed to the to the building purchase. But why is all the burden on Aurora to do the operating part of it? I mean, obviously Advance has their fundraising, but no other entities are contributing to operations, yet I'm pretty sure not all of the 300 are really from Aurora. They're probably from Denver area and other areas. So how are we going? Sorry?
No, I'm sorry, please proceed.
So, yes, so my question is on operating costs, is anybody else besides the city of Aurora contributing to this operations?
I'll let Jessica provide a quick update. There are, I think, at least one or two other that are contributing currently, and then I'll talk to you a little bit about the plans in terms of some outreach we're doing. So go ahead, Jessica.
Yeah, so Councilmember Bergen, to your question, Arapahoe County approved about $290,000 of operator funding for Advance just last week. And obviously I mentioned the city of Centennial has provided some of that will go to construction. They've indicated willingness to provide some ongoing HUD funding as well. Douglas County has also looked at this related to opioid funding. And so we're seeing a little bit coming in, and we need sort of a concerted effort. And so I'll let Jason speak to kind of the plans moving forward.
So a couple weekends ago, Councilmember Horton was there, at least I think for the start of the meeting, a portion of it. Mayor was able to come from the Metro Mayor's Caucus and talk to Adams County and most of the municipalities in Adams County to give them a quick update on this. We are going to be approaching a lot of our municipal and county partners in Adams County with exactly the point you're bringing up, like, hey, what is their ability to provide some operating funding? And so the mayor and I are going to work together on that. We'll obviously work with Advance so that our partners there understanding, again, what is the value proposition to those entities? The question of what to do with homelessness is universal across the Front Range. Every city, no matter how big or small, is an issue they're dealing with. When I talk to my counterparts, this is a regular topic of discussion. So as Advance gets their feet underneath them and starts having the success stories and the data that Stephanie was able to provide you today, that just makes us much more able to approach those folks, talk to them about that value proposition. So there's interest. We'll be having those conversations in the coming months. So your point is not lost on us, and Advance is responsible for doing, again, a significant amount of fundraising on their own, and I think that can certainly be philanthropic and private foundations, but it can also be other governmental entities as well. And so we're going to help them make those connections.
Just real quick, does Spirit of Aurora help advertise giving money to Navigation Center?
It does. So homelessness has been a program for a number of years, and we do have the Navigation Campus listed, and we do utilize those funds. They're not going directly to Advance right now. They're coming into Spirit of Aurora and then would get distributed from there based on the board decisions.
It's not really well advertised I mean, unless you know about Spirit of Aurora, it really needs to be advertised on social media.
Let me just say that there's some private foundations that are really all in a pretty significant way. Daniel's Fund, Anshu's Family Foundation, and the Dakota Foundation are pretty heavily invested in the program. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so just a couple of follow-ups on some of the presentation components. Jessica or Chief, I'm not sure who to ask this to, but in terms of those kind of mental health and suicide calls, is there some ability to have like CRT and or AMRT be involved in providing some of that training and support for the on-site staff, and what other kinds of training and support do the on-site staff have available for addressing, because that's a significant number of the calls for service. So how are other mental health specific resources being directed toward this?
I'm happy to start. So Advance is doing trauma-informed care training with all of their staff. Aurora Mental Health has been engaged for providing services on site as well. And we've also, besides just Stride being on site, we've had some conversations also with the fire department on ideas as well for like telehealth and things that are available 24/7 on site, readily available and things like that. We also have our crisis teams, which can be requested. So we're really trying to encourage that those 911 calls are not coming from, a single entity, as the chief said, but really coming through staff so they can be vetted. And then, our crisis teams can be requested, or AMRT as well. So working again with, once we have the data, right, we now have a couple months of data to inform what the types of calls are, so make better decisions on how the operations and which service providers and partners need to be in the facility.
I guess in regards to us, the CRT team is a component. If the call comes out for service and is based on somebody who has suicidal ideations, that is the CRT team that will respond.
Awesome, thank you. Mayor, just one other question. Okay, and then in terms of folks with disabilities, that's something that I've heard some concerns about, is that folks feel like they're not getting the service they need or are not able to access the facility well. And I see that Atlantis is coming out. So I'm just wondering kind of how frequently are they coming out? What kind of advocacy and support are they providing folks with engaging with the operator on making sure that they're getting appropriate access and appropriate support for their needs?
I will get back to you with some information. We'll put it on our weekly Tuesday agenda with Advance, and we'll do a couple follow-ups on the questions that were asked here and send it back out to council.
Let me, is it on the new Sageview, what is it? What's the name of the facility?
Sage Ridge.
Sage
the
Ridge.
Old Ridge View.
Oh, I got this. Yeah, okay, Sage Ridge, which is, I think, dedicated to people who have experienced homelessness, and it's a long-term treatment addiction program. Have we had a relationship working with them?
Yep, we've actually already had clients being referred over there and transported.
Okay.
And just worth mentioning too, the Potomac campus is now open with Aurora Mental Health. So if we are having someone that, is experiencing a lot of mental health crisis, we do have another location to transport them to. All those services are not going to be available at the Navigation campus, but we do have the other facilities now in the community available.
Good.
Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Andrews.
I have two questions, one for you and one for the chief. Are we, I'm sorry, are we collecting data on where these folks are coming from when they do the intakes?
Yes.
So we know exactly what city they're from, so that could be a driver to get some folks to chip in?
Yes, and when we say exactly what city they're coming from, sometimes folks are like, well, I was staying with my friend over here. And so really unpackaging that at intake, where I would say the quality of the data is not perfect, but we are gleaning that about 20% are coming from outside Aurora right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Chief, are there peak times when folks are calling?
Yeah, right now we have not got it down to the actual times. We have it on how many, like 911 calls, how many telephone calls. We haven't got it into actual times. And when we deployed on our overtime basis, though, what we did do is, because we noticed that it does lull down as the evening goes into it, and so we put up a day watch unit and then a mid-PM unit, because that is the activity. That's the activity outside, and it's the activity that we seem to be getting in the inside as well.
If I could, just to that point, Councilmember, and I'll ask Chief Lawton to talk about it. Really thank Tina. Tina and her team pulled a lot of this call data for the first couple months of operation. As you heard Stephanie say, the entire public safety team and Jessica's team sat down, went over that data, and on the fire side, we did see that very interestingly, after they implemented Stride, doing the medical clinic, they have a nurse on site, and I think it's from 8 or 9 in the morning to about 3 in the afternoon. We see the calls come down during that time, and then once the nurse leaves, that's when we're typically seeing calls in the evening. So we're continuing to work with our operators, see if there's a way to maybe address again those times. So we are looking at that level of detail. We're again, programs are getting stood up. We're still gathering data, but we are doing that level of deep dive. Chief, anything to add?
No, just we saw, and Jessica's been a great partner, and I know our team's been working directly with the operator to try and find some creative solutions. Obviously, this is new, right? And it brings some new challenges, some unexpected challenges with it. So Fire Station 3's call volume's gone up about 50% since this facility opened, and so we've supplemented put some additional resources in that area just to try and help with those. Large volume of those are low acuity calls, so think like family practice type needs, and so that's one of the reasons that we've been working with Jessica and the operator to try and see if there's a nexus between the new MD Ally program that we launched where we can extend those telehealth services and come to some disposition with that call while they're still in the facility, as opposed to having them transported in a Falck ambulance to an emergency department and those kinds of things that add costs to them, as well as reduce the resources that are available for high acuity calls in the community. So we were looking at all that. I'm really happy that it's been such a good partnership and a lot of collaboration between Jessica's team and my team and the operators. So I'm pretty confident that we're going to be able to develop some creative approaches to managing some of those challenges and get people where they need to be when they need to be there.
Yeah, Councilmember Jackson.
So just to clarify, because I got a question from a case manager who works in public health in Denver, and they work with the unhoused. Could they refer clients from Denver to this center? Like on the question of, are we servicing people outside of our county? Would you all turn them away? What does that look like?
Yeah, so in the state legislation that was created for these navigation campuses, the idea was to have a network of them around the metro area. So ours is sort of, we'd love to serve the counties that are sort of in the eastern part of the metro area. Obviously, like I said, we're getting some folks from Denver. We also know that people in Aurora end up in Denver as well. So it is a resource. They could refer over there. If someone's already working with a case manager, we like them to continue with that case manager of whatever entity they're with. But yeah, it is a regional facility, and there's one Boulder, Inglewood, Jefferson County, Denver, Aurora, and so there's a network of them. That was the idea, is to have it wherever geographically it's closest to people, because they should stay in their community if they can.
Okay, great. And would you turn anyone away based on circumstances, or?
No one's being turned away based on geographic piece.
Families?
Oh,
Yeah, no
yes,
families, right.
Or
But
under
yeah.
18, right?
Or
Over
under
18,
18.
yeah.
Further questions or comments? Well, let me, oh yeah, Councilmember
I
Wallace.
met with them last week. We had coffee, and just in terms of the good neighbor agreement and our operating agreement, do we have anything specified in terms of their security patrols? Because they told me that they only walk the perimeter twice a day. And it feels to me like that's probably not enough. I mean, even our school resource officers walk the schools, and obviously a very different demographic. But just curious if that's in the agreement or if maybe that's something we could look at later. Just I feel like if they had people out walking a bit more, we would get less complaints from the hotels of people gathering.
That's one of the reasons.
Or whatever.
Sorry, that's one of the reasons. I'm going to let Chief talk on it. It's one of the reasons we've decided to go ahead and embed a couple officers in their operations, as you heard the Chief say, talking to them, trying to mentor them on where are we seeing calls, where are we seeing problems, and kind of, exactly to your point, like, hey, we probably need to be out there at different times and really help them try and get their arms around that. Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, that's been the focus, again, is getting that part of it, letting them know that they have more control than just what's inside their gates, because that problem is going on both the north side of 40th and also on the south. And then also working with them too, because they have had clients that have been really problematic, and they say, hey, we're calling you for trespassing, and then we'll get there on scene, and then they won't go through with the trespass. And so we actually work with the CEO to verify if you have those really, really challenging, complex ones. If you call us for that, please let us focus on that and go through with that. So it's still a work in progress, but we are definitely focused on the outside because it's not just on the front of the street on 40th. If you go to either side of it, is the manufacturing company, I think that they do air conditioners or generators. on the east, and then the other side is open. And we had some bonfires, so we're making sure that we don't get any encampments that are pushed up against it. And we're also making sure that with the staff, and Jessica knows more about this than I do, but they were pushing them out, and we're trying to say, hey, can you keep them in? And so that's what we're trying to do as well.
Further questions or comments? Okay, I just want to say, great job. It's difficult, I know. Because of the cold weather, we opened it up prematurely on November 17th, and unfortunately, it's a trade-off, and the trade-off is a concern about cold weather versus a building not being ready. and so I think that's been a tough path, and I think you've navigated it very well. Well, thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, so while Laura's getting set up, other than miscellaneous items at the end, this is your last formal presentation of the day. So this is on a topic we've actually discussed in the past. This is related to capital impact fees for commercial properties. We currently, transportation capital impact fees for non-residential properties. So as a reminder, we currently charge impact fees for residential properties, and those impact fees cover transportation, parks, recreation, libraries, general government, and so we have a variety of fees, but we have not charged transportation to non-residential fees. It's something we've looked at in the past. Council's kind of said, not now, let's discuss it in the future. It's the future, we're back to discuss it now.
Good.
Councilmember Waz, would you like to say as a sponsor?
Sure. When we first started talking about this, to me, I was so shocked that we didn't charge this fee. This is a fee that we do charge to home builders who have 2 cars in their driveway or 4, whatever, versus larger, commercial places where they have hundreds of cars on our roads.
Trucks.
We already don't have enough money to maintain our roads or, improve our roads, obviously, $1.9 billion in various projects. So this is just a small way to get us some of that money and to be more in line with other municipalities, because we're an outlier at this point, so.
If I could just say real quick, and that is that this is a point of fairness. Not only is it about revenue issue to support the infrastructure in the city and services in the city, but it's here you're charging a transportation impact fee on the residential side and not charging it on the commercial side. I mean, that absolutely. If you look at Councilman Wild's district or ward. It goes way into Northeast Aurora and into Adams County, and it's it's a lot of heavy trucks associated with warehouse distribution, and yet there is no transportation impact fee, and that's just it's an issue of fairness, but it's also an issue of necessity to support transportation development.
All right, so through the presentation, we will give you all a background on the transportation impact fee, talk you through a proposed fee structure, provide some policy considerations associated with that fee structure, and then, of course, get direction and discussion from you all. So what are impact fees? So impact fees are one-time fees that are essentially charged on new development. These pay for the gross share of capital costs. So these are assessed on, or can be used for roads, parks, buildings, fleet, public safety, etc. We cannot use these revenues for operations and maintenance. So we can't use them to hire people or anything essentially in the general fund. It has to be used to construct regional infrastructure. And the city's policy has been that growth pays its own way. And so we do charge impact fees in line with this policy. So types of eligible projects, growth is the main theme here. These fees can be used on arterial road capacity projects, so adding lanes. So for instance, Gun Club Road, they can be used to add lanes to provide additional capacity for the traveling public on Gun Club Road. They can also be used for major intersection improvements, new complete streets projects. We talked through those in the Build Up Aurora presentation. New multi-use paths, new sidewalks, anything to accommodate growth and its impact on transportation and the need to accommodate that. We can also use these funds for local match for grants. So we talked a little bit about other people's money. We can pursue a transportation grant and match that grant with impact fee dollars. What we can't use these funds on in the infrastructure space are local and collector roads, so essentially residential streets, or reconstructing existing facilities. So if we tear down a building and rebuild it right back up with the same square footage, it's like for like. But if you rebuild a building and make it bigger, we can use these fees for the added square footage to that building because it adds capacity. So for net impact fees, there is a requirement that you have to do what's called a nexus study. And what this study does is it satisfies legal requirements and establishes a nexus between the charge that we're charging through the fee and the service that's being delivered. So here, the fee calculation is based primarily on trip generation. So for example, a grocery store generates a lot of trips. You've got people coming in and out. A smaller office space, depending on the size of the office, but for a smaller office, say of a staff of 50 people, much less trips compared to a grocery store. And so that is what drives how the fee is set and how much you pay. There's also a proportionality to that as well, which drives to, retail would pay more and office space would pay less. So we've had a history with impact fees, and this slide summarizes that with the first impact fee study happening in 2008. We updated those impact fees in 2019, and at that time, transportation was not updated due to forthcoming capital conversations at the time that the City Council was to have. In 2021, there was a draft transportation fee study completed that came forward to City Council. That was in alignment with work that the city did on the Northeast Aurora transportation study. And Council had a discussion about those recommendations, and then those came back again in 2023 with a revised study and scenarios for feedback from City Council. And then we are here today with revised and updated scenarios based on that 2023 work. So as was mentioned earlier, only residential pays transportation impact fees. And these fees are collected at the time of permit. So a new house is constructed, the cost, the impact fee is collected at that time that permit is issued. And so on the right-hand side, the current fees are listed there, single-family detached, single-family attached, and then per multifamily dwelling unit. The city does not charge on non-residential development, and these fees are collected in what we refer to as zones. So fees that are collected in the core of the city, northeast and southeast, are collected and retained in those zones and also spent in those zones. The city also collects fees similarly for police and for fire as well, impact fees in zones. You saw a presentation on transportation costs for new infrastructure. We just provided a couple examples here. Gun Club Road, to reconstruct and expand Gun Club Road, $34 million. Tower Road extension to extend out a regional arterial, $71 million, so very costly. So the proposal in front of you today is to apply the transportation impact fees to non-residential land uses. That aligns with that 2023 work we did. And I have a table that I'll walk you through in a second. And the fees are proposed to be phased in over 2.5 years, starting July 1 of this year, and apply to only new permit applications. So anything that's in flight coming through our development review process are proposed to not pay this fee, but any new applications received after July 1 would be subject to the fee. Also eliminating the current zone system. So our regional transportation infrastructure covers often huge spans of the city that go through multiple zones. So Gun Club Road is just one example. We have it, southeast, central, and northeast. It goes up the entire stretch of the city. And without the zones, we're able to flexibly invest those funds for regional roadways and transportation infrastructure that spans across those multiple zones, and that provides greater flexibility in leveraging grant funds and constructing. We also apply an inflation indexing, so all impact fees we index every year. So we increase them by an amount that's based on a cost index that is available. So for our residential transportation impact fees, we are currently indexing them every year to the Colorado Construction Cost Index that is managed by CDOT. And this ensures that the fees are growing with the cost of construction and keeping up with those costs that we're seeing increase and also decrease over time. So this chart lays out the proposed phase-in plan. So to get you familiar with the lay of the land, we have land use and occupancy type shown on the far right side, your left. So retail, office, industrial, warehouse, mini warehouse, and hotel. The unit type is how the fees are assessed. So everything is assessed per square foot, except a hotel would be per room. And then the maximum column. So I mentioned the Nexus study. So the Nexus study identifies the maximum amount that the city can legally charge. And that's what the amounts are that are shown here by land use type. Then the phased proposal is shown in the last two columns. So the 2.5-year proposal would be starting at 25% of that maximum rate by land use type, beginning July 1 through the end of 2027. And then in 2028, assessing 50% of that maximum rate. So the city is not required to charge the maximum amount. That's a policy decision by the council, but we can.
We can, right?
Yes, yes. So you'll see here, we are not proposing the maximum rate. We did do some preliminary benchmarking work around the region. Many of our neighboring communities charge impact fees. This would put us conceptually in the middle. You're at the end. Right now, the maximum puts us at the top, really high on those ranges.
So Laura, I'm sure you'll get the question, but what's the recommendation on the 25% and then the 50? Would it not be better just to do the 50% first and put us in the middle, or what's your thoughts there for council?
That was a starting point to phase in. We're charging 0 right now, so to start at 25 and grow it to 50 to allow for the market to adjust, to allow for planning, but that's certainly open for
discussion,
council discussion and direction. Yep. Okay, so this chart shows what the fee applies to and what it does not apply to. So I'll give examples of each of these. So starting with the applies to side. So again, transportation impact fees are collected by the city at the time the permit's issued. Our Development Services Department collects it at that point in time. And the proposal for what types of projects it would apply to are construction of any new non-residential facilities, addition or expansion of an existing non-residential facility. So if a store wants to expand and add more square footage and increase its size, that generates more traffic. They would pay the fee based on the added square footage that they added for whatever use. Well, it would be for a retail store, it would be for a retail fee for a retail land use. Change in intensity of use. So if we have a industrial building that's been vacant for a long time and we have a user come in and they want to transform that building into a retail use. Industrial to retail generates more traffic. And so in that instance, the intensity of use increases and they would be subject to the fee. On the other side, what it would not apply to, rebuilding of an existing facility. So going back to my like for like example, if they tear down and build a new facility, just build a brand new facility just like it, same land use, no fee, they don't pay a fee. If there's no change in use, so we've had a conversation about our retail strategy. A lot of our strip malls, there's vacant stores in there. So if a new retailer comes in to a vacant store and opens a new store, they would not be subject to an impact fee. There's no change in intensity of use. Miscellaneous structures, so smaller storage units, things like that would not be subject to the fee. But parking garages, sometimes we have facilities construct a large parking garage. That can have a trip impact, that would be subject to a fee. And then lastly, our public schools do not pay fees at all for permitting, so just wanted to note that obviously this fee wouldn't apply to them. On the flip side, I do want to note if a user comes in and the use goes the other way, so if it's retail and they make a retail a warehouse, they would pay the difference in fee. In that case, the trips go down, so they most likely wouldn't pay a fee. But if they came in after July 1, built a new facility, decided 3 years later they wanted to change that use to a new use, we are proposing they pay the difference in that fee so that we're not double charging them on impact fees. This is just an example slide. So we pulled some example projects that have come in over the last several years for new construction. And this slide shows essentially what those projects would have paid depending on the year that they would have been subject to the fee, with the 25% versus 50%. So you all can see magnitude for a new construction project of what these numbers would result in. So a few policy considerations. Charging impact fees on non-residential uses is indeed a new policy for the city. We currently do not do that across other impact fees as well. However, surrounding communities do charge all land uses. And as was noted earlier, charging both residential and non-residential is a more equitable policy approach for all land uses to ensure that there is a proportional sharing of growth impacts. I already mentioned charging the maximum full rate. It is not required. That's a choice by the council. You can. And I mentioned the comparison with other neighboring jurisdictions. An important note, so a lot of times we do see incentive agreements come through for key businesses that we want to attract to the city. And council can choose to incentivize a project and waive the impact fee as part of that agreement. We currently do that with our use tax. We can certainly, that's an option for council here as well to attract other businesses that are key to the city. Another point, you heard the Build Up Aurora presentation, impact fees won't solve all of our infrastructure needs on transportation. It is one piece of a comprehensive infrastructure funding strategy for the city, but certainly, helps address some of those major needs. And then last is communications. And so in working with Councilmember Wiles, she would like to host a hybrid listening session with stakeholders to talk through this policy or this proposal, listen to concerns, hear feedback. And so after today, if council moves this forward, we will partner with Councilmember Wiles to schedule that. So, direction from council today is on the proposed fee structure. First and foremost being, does the city charge transportation capital impact fees on non-residential development? And then two, the phased-in proposal. So both the 2.5 years coupled with the discounted rates that have been proposed at 25% and 50%, and then the elimination of the zone system to allow for greater flexibility and use of the dollars to support regional infrastructure that spans the stretch of the city. And then, of course, the indexing, which is best practice and current practice within the city of what we're doing with our fees.
Right. Well, I strongly support this, and I know Councilmember Wiles has been working on this, and I'm going to defer to her right now as to the specifics. Councilmember Wiles.
The specifics of this?
We have some choices there, don't we?
Yeah, so, so to be fair,
Questions?
Yeah, don't we need to have discussion?
Yeah, let me, Councilmember Wiles, and Councilmember Bergen, and then Councilmember Lawson.
So to be fair, like, we discussed this and obviously open to feedback. We don't have to do the 25% first. We could jump to 50%. Totally, up for debate. We were trying, my main point was not being at the 100%. We don't want to be at the top. We don't want to be the most expensive. And this is a change for the development community, so wanted to be mindful of that as well.
If I could ask, and then I'll go through the order. I see Mayor Pro Tem there. Could staff respond to, is 50%, is going to 50% a deterrent for commercial development versus 25 to 50, starting at 50?
I don't know that I can answer that. I think our listening session might elicit some input on if it's a deterrent. I will share, we have looked competitively at our neighboring jurisdictions and would put them in the median of what impact fees are being charged.
At 50%?
At 50%, just for impact fees. There's a larger, of course, cost that comes with new development, with permit fees and other fees that come from plan review and what folks are paying. That's a little bit apples and oranges compared to, because everyone charges different fees. But yeah, that would be something we'd want to hear from stakeholders.
Jacob?
I would concur with Laura. I don't think we know yet. And we're crunching some numbers on kind of example projects to see what it might look like based on occupancy type.
Councilmember Lawson.
Bergen.
Bergen. Councilmember Bergen, then Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you. And so I have several questions and a couple points to be made. I certainly get the fairness argument that we're charging residential and not the non-residential. But I brought this up before, and I guess my question is about making sure that we are being fair because, for example, in Southeast Aurora, we have, well, I guess we have the ARI everywhere. So I have Saria down in my ward, and even if you don't have a specific, authority that is different than just ARI, if you don't have an ARDA, a Maria, a Saria, whatever, you still have to pay the ARI to the city. So we just changed that formula to the first 20 years being 5 mils, and then it goes from there. So how are you able to sell this? Because I know you're saying you look at other jurisdictions, but residents are paying a mill levy for regional transportation projects. And so now we're saying that we're going to do a transportation impact fee on the commercial, which I get, but isn't the purpose of the ARI for regional transportation projects, which I also don't understand how Southeast Aurora only has $516,000 available, and I just did a simple math at probably 20,000 homes. I didn't differentiate between single family, detached, and multifamily, but I just took the single family, $971 times 20,000 homes, and that is something, I didn't write it down. I think it was like $19 million, and yet my residents are not getting the projects that they were promised, and we've had to do, as you know, Laura, all kinds of reconfiguration with the ARI. So we're not getting those projects. Gun Club road, the impact fees had to be pledged to other projects besides Gun Club Road. So it concerns me. But also the impact on retail. So we keep complaining that we don't have retail in the city. And then I know Amy, or Councilmember Wiles, has talked about not having retail in her ward. How are we supposed to attract retail when we're going to basically charge them a new fee when we're trying to attract them? And then we're talking about giving incentives. So I understand that we need to look at this, but I am happy to hear we're going to have stakeholder input, because there are some issues here with how we're taxing with both the ARI as well as the impact fee, and I don't really know where all the money's going with the impact fees. Oh, and thirdly, hotels. So is that for any hotel? So like Gaylord, when they do their expansion, they're going to get the fee, and then also on the schools, is that for private schools also, or do they just get dinged with a fee when yet the public schools get land donated per our code or our requirements that we have developers donate land? And what about nonprofit organizations?
Real quick, I'll let Pete answer the last one first.
Let me answer the last one real quick, Councilmember Bergen. You guys can make that decision. If you guys say, I would recommend we exempt all religious institutions, because that can make the argument that it impacts the ability to their faith. You can also do schools. You can also say any public or private school won't be impacted by this fee. That's kind of part of the discussion. This is something that you all can build your own, as long as it's not too, I'll use the term narrowly tailored, right, where it's focusing one specific type of commercial activity. Does that make sense? So you can do that. And I don't know, Laura, this is a question, just same with Councilman Bergen. Does Denver charge this already? I mean, I'm curious what other cities do for the commercial side.
Denver charges in...
Yeah, they do, but my question is on the ARI. Do they do ARI?
City manager.
So, in terms of let's start with the capital impact fee that collections in Southeast Aurora. The capital impact fees were not charged until probably I think about 15 years ago we started charging them. So Ward 6 was largely built out before the capital.
It was maybe half built out.
Okay, it was only half built out, so it's not 20,000 homes, ma'am.
Okay, let's do 10,000. That's a lot of money. That's 9 million.
No, again, the fee gets indexed every year, so it's just sort of, again, we can go back and do an individual accounting if you want, but we have collected all of those dollars. We've also spent some of those dollars for the improvements that we've done on Quincy and Gun Club, other things like that. So we have collected them. In terms of the ARI mill levy, I think exactly to some of the points you were making, we are charging the ARI mill levy, and it is still not enough to cover the cost of the infrastructure. So that's one of the reasons that staff is recommending only going to 50%, is that it really does provide a combination of upfront fees as well as the ongoing revenue from a small mill levy that together, hopefully those get us a little bit further towards being able to fund the required regional infrastructure.
Councilmember Lawson. I'm sorry, Councilmember Bergen, do you have anything else?
Yeah. So will the commercial entities, industrial, retail, whatever, will they also be charged ARI, or are they only going to have the commercial impact fee?
The ARI is part of our standard service plan right now, or model service plan. So assuming that they've adopted a model service plan after 2004, I'm looking at Jacob, I think we implemented the ARI as a component of the model service plan in about 2004. So assuming that assuming their service plan was adopted 2004 or after, yes, they will have the ARI as a component of their service plan. If their service plan was adopted before that, they will not. We certainly have metro districts down in Southeast Aurora that don't have the ARI. We certainly have many that do, but it is not entirely uniform just because some adopted their service plan prior to the inclusion in our model service plan.
And can the impact fee be used for maintenance?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple questions. Well, maybe a couple questions. So how would this impact, for example, we have maybe out in Councilmember Wiles, we have warehouses. So those warehouses have maybe off-peak shifts, or, you know, they may have some type of scheduling. But will they still have to pay the total impact fee because of that? Is that how, would they have to pay that? Even though their peak hours are not, they're not running the peak hours like maybe other places are. And let me just bring up another example so you can put these together. For example, another example is Amazon, they do shuttle service. So are they going to be getting the full-fledged fee because they're offering some type of management to actually get their employees to their place of work? So that's just what I wanted to ask on those questions.
Sure. So I'll let Laura talk a little bit about kind of the nature of the fee in terms of how we're calculating that. Quick highlight, when we're talking about warehouses and those operations, if they're already existing, they're not paying the fee. They're only going to pay the fee if they go through an expansion or a change of use that increases the intensity of their current use. And they would just they would pay then. In terms of how we calculate the fee, we've done it based off of estimates of vehicle trips generated by the type of business. That does include employees, but it also includes the nature of the business. So for an Amazon, there's obviously the other portion of that. There's lots of trucks coming in and out of those facilities, things like that. So I'll let Laura talk about how granular that estimate goes if we've looked at all the way down to what if an employer provides some kind of demand management on vehicle or employee trips.
Mayor, I understand what Laura's going to talk about, just a clarification on the transfer. Amazon, so you mean to tell me Amazon has made a great deal of advance in terms of providing some type of shuttle service for their employees. Why would they on that particular, I know about probably the freight and all of the trucks, but why would they be getting a fee based on that? They're actually trying to help solve the problem in terms of getting their people there to work.
So I'll let Laura again talk a little bit about how that the nexus is established.
So the nexus is based on vehicle trips, and I will need to go back and talk to our consultant about whether a discount was provided for the situations you referenced, Councilmember Lawson, about using transit, micro-shuttling, micro-transit, all of that. So I will take that back, Councilmember Lawson, and follow up with an answer.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilmember Gardner.
Nope, I think everything I was thinking of has been addressed.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, there's a lot here. I'm in favor of the concept in general, but I don't think it's exactly accurate to say it's not fair for residential to pay it or to pay it and commercial to not. That was a specific policy decision made to incentivize a certain type of development in the city. Aurora has traditionally been residential rooftops and corresponding strip malls, and that's all our development has been. And there were people in the past, council members in the past, that wanted to see commercial and industrial primary job development, especially in the northeast portion of the city, which is part of the reason why these development types were not given impact fees. And I think the fact that in this presentation, it says that we could, I forgot the wording that it uses, but it says we can incentivize a specific project type or business that align with city goals. Well, that's why we don't have it in the first place, was because we wanted to see commercial and industrial development. And so I don't think it's exactly accurate to say, well, it's not fair. There's a reason why that was done. Okay, that's out of the way. I would like to see the Nexus study, and I would like to see what surrounding communities are doing. I'm not going to be in favor at all of something that puts us at the top. I think it's a bit of a misnomer to say that development or impact fees solve growth or make growth pay for its own way, because they clearly don't. I think we can see the amount of the balances that we have. Impact fees have not solved that problem. And even in areas with heavy residential development, they have not solved that problem. They don't nearly collect enough money. And so I don't think it's fair to say that they pay their own way with development fees. I'm also strongly against eliminating the zones. The zones are there for a reason. It's so development in a certain area pays for development, for future development needs in that area, right? And I don't think it's fair, because most of the growth is going to happen in the northeast part of the city over the next couple of decades. I don't think it's fair for us to collect a whole bunch of impact fees up there and then reroute those to something in the core of the city or in the south of the city or whatever, because the intention, again, is for the new development to pay for the needs that they're going to bring in. So that's another thing. Lastly, I also want to see the Nexus study where it talks about use types. I don't. So if you look at this list, and like, let's take I know everybody in here hates nicotine users, but let's pretend like the industrial example wasn't Philip Morris. I think at peak employment, they're going to have 500 people coming in, and yet we're saying they potentially could pay an impact fee of up to $2.5 million, whereas Sprouts across the street, they have Saturdays and Sundays where they have 500 cars coming in an hour. And so the argument could be made that they have a much bigger impact on the need for streets and other development in the area. And so I don't think that this is a right way to approach this. And I think it's somewhat similar where Councilmember Lawson was going. And then the hotel example, again, we're charging them potentially $1.8 million for 322 rooms. The last I heard from talking to the Hotel Association, most hotels average about 78% vacancy, depending on the night of the week. And so to me, why are we going to charge them for 322 rooms when they might only have 10 people staying there a night? So I agree with the concept. I think there's something here, but I think there's a lot to work out before I would be anywhere near voting yes for it.
Laura, this puts us in the middle, correct? Of other surrounding jurisdictions in terms of their.
Well, I want to see that. Nobody's shown me that. So.
No, it was the slide that was up there, wasn't it?
We have not,
No, you didn't have that slide. Okay, I've seen it.
We're updating the information, and we will bring that back.
Okay,
and that's
great.
bring that back to this board.
Any further questions or comments on this? Well, I want to thank Councilmember.
Mayor.
Councilmember Bergen.
Just one more, the point I made earlier about retail, we have such a difficult time getting retailers to locate to our city. And we're always, competing with Parker and Lone Tree and other entities. And so I am concerned about charging an impact fee on retail. I mean, I get it with the traffic, I understand that part, but are we de-incentivizing them from even locating here?
Let me just address that in the sense that, we have the ability to negotiate in terms of an incentive agreement, and it could be, I hope it doesn't happen very often, it could be a waiver of this particular fee, if there was an entity that we truly wanted.
Yep.
Okay.
Lots of flexibility.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something?
Yeah, there was something that I had thought about, forgotten, remembered, which is just the idea that related to the zones, like any entity that locates within the city is going to impact the broader transportation network, not just the specific area that they're located in. And so I think maybe there's a way that we split it up so there's still some part of the zone concept so that the immediate transportation needs do get addressed, because it is going to be more impact on that specific area. But I do think that over time, we've kind of missed the opportunity to improve the infrastructure citywide through some of these fees because we have segregated them in zones. And like Gun Club Road is a perfect example. It's not just in the northeast or the southeast. It covers the whole area and is one of our kind of biggest infrastructure concerns over time. So I think maybe we can refine that. Instead of eliminate the zones, maybe find a way where there's a portion that gets dedicated toward broader transportation impacts, but then also some that gets dedicated to the specific localized transportation impacts. And then, yeah, I think we can look, right? These are all suggested based on the nexus, we can talk about. I know when we talked about residential, a question I had was, do we want to lower the multifamily if we were wanting to incentivize multifamily for sale? And I think we decided not to lower that fee, but we can look at all of these, right, and say, this is what we really want to incentivize. And so we might lower the nexus study-based fee to help address those issues. So I just think, right, we can take a fine-tuned approach without being so narrowly tailored that we're prejudicing ourselves against anyone. But yeah, I think that this is long overdue, but certainly we can have nuanced conversations about the how.
Councilmember Bergen?
Yes, one more point, but again, ARI, the mill levy is not on the entire city. It's only been in place, Jason, since what, 2004, maybe?
Yeah.
So the rest of the city never had to pay ARI taxes. So when I agree with Councilmember Gardner about the zones, keeping the money where it's collected, because the rest of the city never had, those homeowners never had to pay that ARI. And so unless we want to now introduce an ARI across the board to every single part of the city and maybe go back to 2004 and collect that money.
Okay. Well, I think Councilmember Wiles has certainly heard your comments, and I think she can work with staff in taking a look at some of those, like the issue of the zone thing. But I want to thank her for her leadership as a new member for bringing this forward, and I think it's very impressive. Is there any further comments? Mayor Pro Tem, for a wrap-up, for your, is this your first as the Mayor Pro Tem? Your first? Pete, I'm sorry.
Just one kind of feel from council is we are, for the new council members and for the old council members, we do have a bunch of service plans amendments coming up again. And I wanted to put it out there since we were here. We did a special meeting the last time when we had, I think there's going to be 15 of them this time, where we could do them in an afternoon. And that would not be a regular council meeting. It would just be a council meeting for the developers and whatever those service plans to come down. Is that something you guys want to do, or do you want to keep it on a regular meeting that, I mean, it could double the amount of one of our meetings depending on the time?
Personally, I'd prefer a special meeting. Any further questions or comments on that? Councilmember Bergen.
I am so over having so many meetings. I know everybody doesn't sit on outside boards, but sometimes per board, I have 2 meetings a month in addition to all this. So I would not be in favor of a special meeting. And honestly, some of the material today should have just been a special orientation.
Further questions or comments?
Sorry, Councilmember Horton.
Councilmember Horton.
So, a special meeting, it depends on the notice in advance. I can give my full-time position.
And you could do it virtually too. I mean,
Yeah. So I just consideration.
It would be at least a month out. So,
least, okay.
Yeah, so we'd probably be, I think we'll kind of I'll send out a poll, like what days are good. But if you want to appear virtually, you can. It really is just to go through the process of getting the service plans amended.
Okay.
Is that the general consent? I know Councilmember Berger said no. Can you ask if anybody objects to?
Well, we need a quorum.
Councilmember Bergen objects.
Flexible, as long as I have advance notice.
You'll have at least a month advance notice.
Okay.
I'll have to be.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor and City Attorney, I would say that's the concern, is that a lot of folks have kind of more 9-to-5 jobs right now, so it could be difficult to schedule a special meeting compared to when we've done so in the past. So it'll make a rough night, but we have those from time to time, and it's probably just simpler rather than trying to navigate around every person's schedule to just suck it up on that one. And that also addresses Councilmember Bergen's concern about an additional meeting.
Councilmember Gardner.
But we could do an evening special meeting.
Sure. Yeah, we could do that too. Yeah, and that way we just have
those on a Saturday.
I mean, but again, we could do it so we just have those items on the agenda. So it's bang bang, we're done, and it's not so. All right.
I mean, for those of us that have no social life, I mean, it really doesn't matter.
But if it's bang, bang, we're done, we can do
bang, bang, we're done during the regular meeting.
I don't know, I like the idea of focusing on it.
Yeah.
I guess send out a poll.
This is good. This is good feedback. Let me figure out how many they're going to be and all that other stuff, and we'll. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody, great meeting,
All right,
really appreciate it.
thank you, everyone.
Thank you.